Hello.
Yeah. I really hope my body isn't telling me to go to the bathroom already. Well, actually, I got like 5 minutes, so I can probably get away with doing it right now after I do all the what's-a-mahoozy stuff. Uh, bu- 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 Yep, no, I'm gonna take this opportunity to quickly go for a piss, so then that way, whether or not my body decides to actually go to the bathroom and such like that, it will do it in that moment. I got 4 minutes. I'm prepared.
Hello.
Hello, whoever that was. Alrighty. 10 months, hi! Hello, good to have a stream tonight. It is good that you are here. Welcome, welcome. Omega Platinum got here first. or it's the lovely Bean. She has been sitting here waiting for good old me to arrive. Hi, I'm here now. Although, why there's like a bit of a... Is it because the... No? Oh, maybe it's like the face thingamajiggy. Hang on. As always, we are going to ding. Oh, nope. That's not good. Do not panic. Do not panic. Bam! Alright, there we go. Alright, hopefully we should be good like this. It's still, like, doing, like, freezes. Gotta support my Aussie streamers. Excellent. Oh, hi there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Swiggity Swept Stillion. We're going on an expedition. We are going on an expedition. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna pin that one. And I'm gonna crack open a cold one. There we go. I'm still floating around, like, 90 kilograms so far with my body. Like, I'm getting under 90 kilograms in the morning, which is, you know, which is all well and good and all, but once I have my meals and, like, you know, I get through the day and what have you, I'm more often going up to, like, I'm normally getting up to, like, 90 and such. 90 kilograms of muscle. Oh, I wish. Could you... Man, imagine how little fat I would have in order to get 90 kilograms of muscle in a 90 kilogram body. But that's not what's happening. Instead, I have, like, 63 kilograms of muscle in me right now. I think that's what the scales think I have. So I'm still, you know, over 25% body fat, which isn't as great. Also, I am, like, staring too far down. I need to have it, like... There. Alright. I'm kind of at, like, you know, 25% body fat right now. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get below 25% or below 24% body fat, because that's a healthy range for someone like me, IRL and what have you. So I'm less concerned about, like, you know, the number right now, other than when I, like, eat too much or what have you. And more about, like, getting that percentile down, which, you know, who knows? I might be getting close. I might be getting close, and, you know, just when I have these, days of, like, you know, having, like, a little tub of ice cream, or having, like, a, going for, like, a tiny bowl of, trail mix at the office, maybe that's, like, you know, doing some harm to the weight loss and what have you, but it's not doing a disastrous amount of weight loss. Damn it, I wanted to hop in, but you're gonna stream Clair Obscur soon, so I can't see spoilers. Hi there, Cat. Oh, so you are gonna go and play Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Are you gonna do that, like, in the near future, or are you gonna do that, like, when you feel like you got everything sorted out? Because I think we talked about you going back into streaming and such like that, didn't we? In the near, like, next week. Awesome. Can we get a shout out for Cap, please? She is a wonderful moderator and Bean, and she makes, like, the silly what's the name? What's Pop Star or something? What's the name of the style of anime that you do your the whatsamahoozies in? Also, you know what?
This may be fun.
Ladies, I'm trying to do my work type shit.
Alright, hang on. I'm just gonna I'm just resetting my face tracking app because, like,
Yeah, I see you.
Yeah, because it's doing, like, some funky nonsense. There we go. Okay, maybe it's a little bit better. Maybe. Squint.
Why are you squinting at me, Jack?
Ooh, honestly, what is going on with my...
Yeah, no, but yeah, I'm going to stream soon. I just have to, like, set up a nice looking OBS. Yeah, I've already got V8 tube to have a beret.
Nice.
While I
Awesome.
stream.
With VideoTube Mini, I figured out I still need to help Blue out with it, But I have figured out how to make it so that it uses WebSockets to change your characters around. So that way, if you're playing a video game that like locks out your uh, button pressing commands, and you don't have a stream deck that you want to do the stuff with their like extension or something or other, you can instead use these WebSockets, because it is a painful thing to read because it's technically a JSON. So there's a lot of like so you have to do these things where it's like, oh, squiggly bracket and white space, squiggly bracket again, and semicolons. It's
Oh no,
absolutely
I
painful
just
to
have
read.
like a PNG of a beret on top of the of like where I have the Vieto tube
Oh my
in
goodness.
OBS.
For whatever reason, Jack doesn't know how to shout you out. There we go. You were last playing because you have streamed however long ago. It was Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, and before that I was playing Mega Man.
Mega Man? What
Mega
the-
Man.
Is my target demographic in my like streams like the peeps I make friends with and such just people that are like forever like living in the 90s?
I wasn't even alive in the 90s.
Oh my god, you weren't even you're a fucking hipster being
I know
like
too. I just like Capcom.
oh my god, you're so young and I'm so old.
I'm 23 whole years old.
When did I become such an old man?
23 whole years.
No, I just have to do that. Because, actually, hang on a second. Let me get the image up again. Because, anytime there's commissioned artwork and such like that, I don't have a lot of safer work commissioned artwork, so the few times that I do, I am most certainly going to share it and what have you. So Cap is an artist. This particular piece of art was not done by Cap, though. This was done by Izzy the Fat Cat. So an entirely different species, entirely
Holy
different
shit!
artist.
You got easy to do your art. That's
Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! It's just me, dejected, and the caption is supposed to be, "When did I become such an old man?" And the follow-up image is this.
I hope it's
You
just like you
go,
as a
girl! Run with the same youthful radiance that used to be mine!
type shit.
Honest.
Speaking of artists, there's one certain artist who has a funny deal going on. A special deal.
Is it you, Cap? Is it
It's
you?
me.
It's
my art
Cap?
so I can buy a Switch 2.
Hang on a second. Where's your PayPal?
What?
PayPal.com or coffee or whatever the fuck it is. Oh my god. Chotomate, you're just sort of like, oh man, wouldn't it be funny if I made a joke about advertising myself in my friend's chat? Lo and behold, the friend is just like, you get that bread, girl.
Yeah, okay, hold on, whoa, jump scare.
Oh. Marketing jump scare, people.
Marketing jump scare. I meant that as like a semi-goof, but like, you just sort of went like, yep.
Yeah, no.
You grabbed me by my forehead and just like, showed me off to the class.
Yeah. Chat, did you know that I am friends with artists? Now, sometimes I might commission artwork from them, but I am a broke bitch right now because I have to pay off my Switch and, a few of my things and bills. Like, it's hard being in the Australian economy right now, which is kind of crazy. So,
Australian economy is so bad right now.
I know it's doing some fucking crazy nonsense, and I'm just waiting for like the next few days where it's just like, oh, housing kind of takes a bit of a hyper expensive turn. So it's like, oh, the average like mortgage jumps from like $600,000 single income to 1.4 million single income or something crazy like that, where it's like, well, I'm never gonna get a mortgage and I'm never gonna get a home. And then there's just gonna be the fun moment of like everyone just being like, why don't we just live in communes and then just piss off all the boomers who have homes, because like, no way, don't you want $2 million homes that can hold 5 people? And they're like, no, I'm fine with going into this place here where we're housing 20 people. So much better.
$2 million in my life.
We make our own beer. we make it so that it costs us like less than $1 to have beer. God, could you imagine that? Like the cost of beer and spirits being extra cheap in Australia.
My God.
For those of you that don't know, yes, Australia is filled with alcoholics, but it's a very expensive venture in Australia. No matter where you're at.
Yeah. I had a pure blonde the other day. That shit was disgusting.
And that shit cost you like $20.
Yep.
Jack's like, wait, I can hurt you. No, not the cactar, no!
Oh, he's gonna get deflated. That is
Cactar! I'm just hit by all these little green boys.
You got hit by the green.
I got hit by the green. You know what I should... Actually, you know what probably might be worth doing? You know what? I should try and get back into 3D at some point and just make a silly little crow. Just make a borb. Yeah, just make a
bird.
Yeah, just make a borb and just make it so then that way the next time Jack does the cactar attack thing, instead of doing cactar, it's like, oh,
It's birds.
It's borbs.
Honestly,
So-
I think I could do that.
You could make
Like-
borbs.
I could make a borb.
It,
It'd be a shitty borb, but it'd be a funny borb.
I would make the borb. I would probably UV unwrap it and be like, can you do some extra drawing, please? Just so I can make it so like the weight, like just have it. That way I can have like a really low texture. Because I'll need to show you how I did the cactar. Because the cactar is like really low like stakes. It's just simply a cylinder, extrude, and then cylinder, extrude. And then I was just like, all right, unwrap that. And then the cactar was just like, all right, I'm just going to project flatly via the camera. It was just like, cool, awesome, it fits. And then I just filled in the blank with like the same green using a clone stamp tool in Photoshop.
Hold up, I'm sending you a proof of concept.
You're sending me a proof of concept right now? Hang on a sec, chat. I gotta
That's what it.
gotta watch
Goddamn transparency.
Oh, also, so wait, that's your PayPal thingamadiggy?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Is there not like a convenient... That's sus. Come on.
Oh, like the fucking PayPal link? Like the PayPal.me?
Yeah, the PayPal.me or like a coffee.
I didn't know what that mean.
Ah, like... So yeah.
I am but a fool who just draws for funny.
So yeah, if I do a PayPal.me, it goes to me. Yeah, if I can create my own PayPal.me, but that's not gonna be very helpful for chat. You was expecting Obi-Wan Kenobi, not that. Oh, the John C. Reilly horse intro. Yeah, it's a small chance of getting that one. I remember when my grandpa used to brew his own beer. Your grandpa sounds like he was gonna have a wonderful time. Was it beer that he brewed in a tub, however? Because I'm pretty sure that's not beer, that's moonshine.
Here we go. There it is.
There it is.
If you see my name, you didn't see my name.
I don't see your name. Do they not let you change your? Do they not let you change their name?
They make you use your legal.
Oh my god. That's why I tried to open my GrantZeebs as a business account, so then that way I was able to have a business name. That's what I did. All right, chat. For those of you that are wondering, how can I help support my local furry? Here is your local furry, Capricious. She would very much love to hang out with some of her friends and have material for when she streams. And because of the popularity of the Switch 2 and the fact that Australia has Switch 2 available, whereas unlike the, the grimy United States having no Switch 2 available, Australia has Switch 2s available. But unfortunately, these are trying times in Australia. Sponsor a furry today at paypal.me/capricious.
I only need 370 United States dollars and 65 United States cents.
$300 dues? Nigel,
300.
did you use an international call line? It was an emergency.
It was an emergency.
Oh, I'm gonna raise this with my elected official. What's he say? With my premier. Hey, Terry!
My Prime Minister. Hey, Terry!
It's a bloody outrage.
My met a few prime ministers in my time.
We've
Most
we've
of them
gone
chill.
we've gone through a few of them. Yeah, I have a
Oh,
picture.
no,
Oh,
I've
you've met. Oh, I've only met Albanese, and even then, that was like him on the campaign, like just running around, like just shaking hands and what have you. And I was just like, oh, I'm within restraining order distance of Anthony Albanese.
Yeah.
Took a photo when he didn't realize, and he had such a not a happy face, and I was just like, there are many photos of Anthony Albanese looking happy and doing the photo op, but this one is mine because Albanese is not doing any of that.
I've got a private photo op in Parliament House with Albanese.
Oh,
Yeah.
you lucky ducky.
I've met Kevin Rudd, Tony Abbott.
Yep.
I believe I've met Julia Gillard.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't meet ScoMo, but I definitely met Anthony Albanese.
Did you survive? Because anytime ScoMo does any fucking photo op in the public, it's like there's a chance of something going wrong. He goes over to the wildfires, he's told to fuck off. He goes to a rugby field, he tackles a fucking miner. Oh my god, that was so. I love how that's so funny. Where it's like anytime liberals do sports, it's like, and they injured someone.
That's because the only sport that liberals know how to do is that one with the fucking mallets and like the little
croquet.
That really, yeah, that one.
Yeah, no. Amazingly enough, in university, I was at a university dorm, and once a year they did a thing called barefoot bowls, where you just played croquet.
Barefoot?
No, we did like costumes. I don't know why they called it barefoot bowls. I think one year was barefoot bowls, but the first one I went to was thrift shop. Oh no, Heroes and Villains was the first one. The second one was thrift shop, and I'm gonna be real with you. Telling Australians, hey, here's a costume party where you go in from stuff from the thrift shop, no one is gonna look like fucking Macklemore because thrift shops in Australia do not have heat. Thrift shops in Australia...
Op shops are fucking disgusting.
Op shops are just the 80s. And unfortunately, Australia is boring as fuck. You don't get... You don't even get meanful shit like how on TikTok they're like... It's just, those like videos where it's just like, the caption of like, go to the thrift shop, it has the heat, and it has the noises of... And then the guy just shits himself. Because it always has like some of the weirdest fucking like graphic tees. No, Australia doesn't even have that. Australia just has boring fucking nonsense. Is the hello broken? It might be. I don't know why. StreamerBot really doesn't have a really good time with it.
Do you mean this one?
Yeah, I'm meaning that sound. But hey, at least the fishing works. So yeah, so that's Australia for you. It is getting more expensive to be here. It's not as fun as people expect it to be, but thank Christ we're not having like a immigration crisis here. Like, what's the worst we had, like, what was it, like people going to a beach or something, and that was like the worst?
When was that?
Like years ago, like back during like Bush administration.
The Cronulla riots?
Yeah, that was at the beach.
No, those were fucking terrible.
Yeah, and that was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
We haven't had...
My mom was at the Cronulla riots.
What the fuck was your mom doing in Cronulla?
She lived in Cronulla.
Oh, okay, that would explain how she ended up in the Cronulla.
Dude,
LA reporter shot. Yes, we already discussed that a while ago.
We discussed that Monday.
Yeah, we discussed that Monday. That is some early news, because we were awake when that shit happened, and we've already got a response from our prime minister being like, yeah, no, she did her job. She's doing like the greatest honor of like journalism and what have you. I've already spoken to her, and thankfully she's doing okay and isn't at worse wear, which is a very lucky thing. But this is an absolute outrage, and we have talked to the president and their administration about this, and we're waiting to hear back from them. I imagine whatever they get back from the administration is not going to be worthwhile. Because, yeah, like, as I commented back then...
We don't care about any foreign reporters spewing fake news.
It's gonna be one of those things of, like, they're just gonna argue of, like, oh, like, there was clearly conflict going off. the cameras weren't facing what the police officers had to deal with. She was in the line of fire of a lot of dangerous people, and it's like, no.
She was in the line of fire. I've met the policeman who shot her. He was a great policeman. He was a great man. One of the best policemen.
Yep.
One of the greatest.
So that's what it's gonna end up being. Because here's the thing, like the thing that's shocking is that no one reacted to the police officer and what have you. There has been dozens of times where police officers and, you know, ICE like people and agents and what have you, there has already been hostility towards press, and no one is questioning it because unfortunately, like, you know, the U.S., like, because of the way Trump like behaves and such with the press in his own office, in his own cabinet, they kind of don't really care for the press, which is really depressing.
And it's kind of a bun.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer, and it's like, and you wonder, it's like, so yeah. All right. We're gonna be going into some Clair Obscur.
I gotta run.
You gotta run. You can't stay here. You can't watch this. You don't want to get spoiled as I'm in Act 2 right now.
Ah, closing my eyes. Closing the stream.
Don't spoilers. You play as French people.
Not French people. No.
Give me that leg, boy.
Bye, Cap. No, you're not getting a leg. All right. Now, disclosure. I have changed the difficulty level. Also, why is my guy just moving to the right? Do I have a dead zone? No, I do not. Okay, cool. I've updated the difficulty of the game so it's no longer at like the normal expeditioner difficulty. It's at story. So the benefit of being at story, and some of you may question, is it really worth it? Me as a dumb himbo zebra, I think it's kind of worth it. Also, I need to adjust the volume and what have you. Ding dong. Let me just do this right now. Oh wait, what am I thinking? I can press the back button at some point, can't I? There we go. Alright, settings. Ding, dong. My music was down to like... like 30... there we go. 30% should be good. Snort. I had like no music going off earlier because I wanted to like listen in for like the audio cues for like parries and what have you.
Let's go the path.
So... there we go. And then... let's see how I go with this. Ow. So even on the lower difficulty, if I'm in the middle of streaming, I am probably going to get distracted and miss a thing. And then there are other times where I'm going to be absolutely fucking goated.
That's better.
Blade cut through the flames.
There we go.
Why, yes.
No, don't bald me!
Invigorating.
Ah, Masonic! So yeah, so right now I'm on like what's called story mode.
That's better. Didn't really need it.
And as you can see, the dodging and parrying windows are a little more...
Wow.
they're a little more, open for me. Hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. Medium light damage, gain 1 rank, 5 hits. Nice. Okay, cool. She's actually... so, here's what I hate these enemies. Oh, Shinzo, I love these enemies. Because here's the thing. When dealing with these enemies, yes, they will create clones. But if you make it that you only target the clones... if you only target the clones, they will keep on raising... oh, ow. If you only attack the clones and what have you, then they'll just keep making more clones. And the benefit is you still get the XP for each of the clones you had to kill and what have you. It isn't one of those cases of, oh, there was only like 3 legitimate enemies, so you deal with only the 3 enemies. No, it's not that. It's that, oh, you had 3 legitimate enemies and however many clones. You get XP for those clones as well. But in other news, let's just deal this. Nice.
Sweet taste of battle.
Ding. And let's do the ballet thingamajiggy. Nice. Sat here honestly wondering if you just hated the music in the game since it was so low. It's not that I hate the music, it's that... Okay, you know what? Hang on, let me just press the back button. So... Oh, what in the world? That was weird. Hey, chat. Check out my throne. I have a controller on there, and it's a controller that has like much better like thumbsticks, and it has like, you know, because it's like Hall effect thumbsticks and like, you know, little like mechanical buttons and things. And I want this. Ah, god damn it, Sky. So yeah, as you can see, right now I'm on story mode, which gives like, you know, a wider so enemies deal low damage, dodges and parries are easier. Recommended for players who enjoy narrative games. I enjoy narrative games. I had it on Expeditioner previously, but yeah, anywhoozes. So yeah, normally lots of games would probably do like 70 or something like that. Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky. But yeah, when the game is at actually ding dong. When the game is at like, you know, 100% volume and what have you. I'm just gonna put it at 100% volume right now. Alright, let's deal with this guy real quick.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
So the music, yes, it is lovely. But... So you heard those like ting tongs on the A? That was because of me... That was because of me doing the little button presses. But you'll hear this more with the enemies in this game. See if you can listen out when... Did you hear the shing noise from him? There? Again? Let's go... Damage to all...
Target marked. Bring it on. That's better.
Parry it.
Ow. That was a jump, not a parry. Gosh darn it. There's auditory cues that go off. So let me turn off the, so now that we've gone through, like, a round, now there's no music going off. Thank you for the clip, Sky. I greatly appreciate it. So let me turn off, like, the music. So now all you're hearing is, like, the creatures themselves and the UI. So let's say... Let's hit this one here.
Careful now.
Ready to go.
Did you hear it this time?
Parry it.
I am refreshed.
The sound is different for different, like, attacks and what have you, but many of the attacks have the same mechanic, which is that there's a small auditory cue that go off just before the attack. And this is a really good hint for when you should do dodges on, like, the higher difficulties. On the lower, and it's also pretty good for also figuring out parrying on the lower difficulties like what I'm on right now.
Your turn to dance.
Nice.
Cut him down.
Now, obviously... So yeah, I can't change the difficulty there. Let me put this up to like 35 or something. Alright, so I'm at the almighty mode. Deals, so that's for hammering. Thrust, deal to all enemies. But yeah, I just don't understand why you need to turn the music down when I know you can hear it over the music. Sometimes I can't hear it over the music. This is obviously a lot calmer music, but when you get to boss battles, there's like, there's some bops to it. Let me tell you.
It likes you.
But yeah, we'll see how we go with, like, back at the normal difficulty.
That's better. Good stuff. That's more like it.
Wow, wow, wow.
Time to...
Hi there, Angirl. Been loving playing this game. Whereabouts are you at? I'm at the second act right now. We try to get to what looks to be a manor. We learned that Renoir is Verso's father, and so we're right now in an optional area right now. But apparently one of the things we need to do next is go after and defeat 2 Axions, which are like stronger like enemies than the normal Nevrons and what have you. Alrighty, so let's get rid of you.
Cut him down.
Alright, ding dong, S rank, fuck it.
They can do it.
Boots. Excellent. Glacesso. Oh, nice. So that goes up from like 9 to 21 as well. I reckon we're in an area that is tougher than intended for someone like me. But because I'm doing it in like story mode, I'm having a much simpler time. But we'll put it to Expeditioner, which is the normal sort of difficult. That's meant to be the more appropriate difficulty range. Like that, because that's intended for like, oh, you're a fan of turn-based. You don't have to be an expert at parrying, but you should definitely learn how to dodge. So yeah. Oh, hello. That's a new banner. Hang on. Grab you. Alright, and then we can go back to the continent from this, if we wanted. But yeah, let's see how we do against this guy. This area is quite, like, tough when I got to it. Yeah, no, fair, fair. Alright, so we got first strike right now. And I'm gonna do an earthquake to all these guys. There we go. So I'm about to get hit with a counterattack. Yeah, so see, very strong there. Oh, yeah, that's a very narrow window. Oh, yeah, very difficult to do. 2 dwarves. Yeah, not too great. Let's see what happens with the reserve team here.
Dodge, Ciel. I'm waiting.
There we go. Oh, nice. I didn't time that one properly. And I didn't time that one properly. Yeah.
I'll do it.
Nah. Oh, so that's what he does. Yeah, so on, like, Expeditioner difficulty, which is, like, the normal level, parry windows are a lot narrower. They're about the same sort of, like, breadth as dodge windows on normal, on, like, you know, the Expeditioner difficulty. And once again, my controller was doing nonsense. Alright, so we're not gonna stick around here. We're gonna go back to the continent, and we're gonna move on to, like, main story stuff. What in the world? Why are you slow? There we go. Sometimes this controller is not perfect. But yeah, so we need to get out from Frozen Heart, and we need to make our way... Yeah, we need to make our way north and go over to Vizaz's or Serene. I can't remember which one was, like, the quote-unquote more powerful one, because I kind of want to go for that one first and see what it's like. But yeah, the controller is kind of losing its... It's kind of losing its touch in this... What the... Hang on. I'm just going to disconnect it real quick. Alright, let's see if that did better. And there's, like, no difference. Do you want me to double check? Yes, please, if you can. Because I remember them, like, I remember Verso being like, there's two of them. One has, like, you know, seen some damage recently and is gonna... And while they are... It's fairly weak, but it's still gonna be very strong. The other is, you know, it's gonna be difficult. Yeah, and what's more is... There we go. Come on.
Swimsuit on.
Swim, swim! Swim! There we go. And then... Yeah, why does it do that? Like, sometimes it go... Sometimes it's able to go, like, full tilt, and other times it's not able to.
Let us get wet.
Visages is supposedly the weaker one. Ah, okay. Alrighty, so let's go. You did, but just because why not? Yeah, okay. And then... So where's this? Oh, okay, so that takes us back to Old Lumiere. Okay, so the stronger one is over in, this big arena thing over there. Alright. I like just breaking the coral, it's kind of fun. When they're kicking your ass, the safe word is croissant. Ah. Alrighty, let's see how Serene is. And once again, he's just walking in the wrong direction. What in the... Okay, hang on. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna look up a tool and find out if there's a tool for, whatsamahoozy, for, you know, calculating whatsamahoozy stuff. You know, like there's sometimes like these debug tools you can run on PC that will, like, you know, check the whatsamahoozy, your like controller thumbstick drift and all that kind of nonsense. So controller debug program thumbstick. Detect and recalibrate controller stick drift on PC and console, maybe? Gamepad tester. Hang on. Gamepad tester. Check controllers and joysticks online. Ooh. When connected, this tool displays the current state of your gamepad, input, joysticks, and anything else that can be reported by HTML5. This is also useful with dubbing, drifting Joy-Cons, broken controllers. Why isn't the API still inconsistent across OSs? Some things. Is the device plugged in? Press some buttons on. Okay, so press any button to begin. It might not like it on Opera GX. Let me see what happens when I run something like Chrome. Will it have a better time in Chrome? I'll close that. Ding. Okay, cool. There we go. So it detects it on Oh, why is it? There we are. Alright. Oop. Still a bit funky. Come on. Dink. Donk. Alrighty. So if you're wondering what I'm looking at, it is this. Ah, that's interesting. So it goes down. So it goes down like very quickly. So wonder if there's what. And then there's this one here. It goes beyond. Yeah. That's 1, 1, 1, 1. But yeah, like, I'm not moving the thumbsticks right now, and you can see, like... Wait, is it this one that's... Yeah, hang on. Yeah, you can see this thumbstick is, like, not center, and... But it does detect quite well. It's a woo day! Is it a woo day for you? Also, ooh. That's interesting. Sometimes... So, me, like, pressing forward, sometimes it will just, like, shoot forwards. And also, this is me, like, pushing up, and there we go, goes 100%. So sometimes... Ooh, there's a little thingamadiggy to test circularity. Spin the joystick slowly to test. .5. Interesting. All right. Ooh, look at that. Oh, that's even worse. So you see, like, how in the, like, the reds and what have you? So hang on, let me see what happens when I do this. So I make it so it's like... That is crazy. Like, as you can see, like, the right thumbstick is just... Alright, let me try and be a little more slowly and see if it, like... Yeah, 8% and 10% error. That's kind of nuts. That's a little bit crazy. Holy shit. So yeah, it's connected, and then there's like timestamps. But yeah, I'm not even moving. I'm not moving either of the thumbsticks, and as you can see, the left thumbstick is starting to drift without me touching it. Like if like let me just like. Yeah, see how it's like drifted? Actually, let me like just zoom in so you can see it. So like, look at that. Like I've not touched the left thumbstick. And you can see the left thumbstick has just started drifting forwards. Time for a new controller. Check out my throne. There is a controller on there that was like highly rated with like, it has Hall effect thumbsticks and like, you know, micro switches for the buttons. It is compatible with X input, which is what like, you know, all the PC games use. They use X input because it follows like the Xbox controller mapping scheme and what have you. So, but yeah, let me just screenshot this really quickly because yeah, that's kind of insane. The like I didn't think I was gonna have that bad of a I'm gonna be real with you. I was kind of hoping this website would just be like, oh, you're not getting like huge amount of errors. You're only getting like, you know, 2% errors or something like that. But no, I'm getting like 8% errors on the left thumbstick and 10% errors on the right thumbstick. And it's like a lot of the time it's like, you know, the left controller is just slowly drifting forwards crazily enough. And then like, you know, as you can see, like as you saw earlier, there are some times where it's like, you know, if I push forward, sometimes it doesn't. So yeah. Oh, and look, there we go. Hang on. I've just alt-tabbed into it, and like the left thumbstick, it thinks I'm going forward on the left thumbstick. Oh, now it stopped. Do I have like another controller to try? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna double check if I have like another controller or something. Give me a second. Give me a second. Because, yeah, I like the Xbox controller because it was just, you know, it's the Xbox controller. It works with any PC game because most PC games are on Windows, and Windows is Microsoft, and Microsoft and yada yada. So yeah, PlayStation controllers do not have the what's-a-mahoozy. PlayStation controllers, like, they use a different protocol, so they're not often used in what's-a-mahoozy, in brain, come on, you can do this. They're not often used in you know, PCs for playing video games and what have you, and so we'll see how. Ding dong. Sorry, I'm just gonna open up. This thing has like a really long load time, which is a little bit annoying. Shrink this down. All right, hang on. Let me put my. Could you shoot me the site too? I want to test my controller. Oh yeah, hang on a second. Hang on a second. So I'm using Chrome to, you know, get to this website, but it will probably work with like Firefox and such as well. Be warned, it chugs. Like, I think it's trying to, like, you know, do, like, heavy amounts of polling, trying to get to the... Oh, this doesn't... Oh. This isn't the... This cable doesn't plug into this. Oh. Oh. Okay. What happens if I plug in this controller? Come on. All right. Let's see. Okay, so it gets the Pro switch to... Oh. It detected it, and it didn't... And now it doesn't anymore. So it was detected for a minute, and now it's not. Hang on, let me unplug it and plug it back in. All right, so there we go. It detects it. And let's... So there's it. So there it is there. Let's test the circularity. Spin the joystick slowly to test. Oh, and it's lost connection again. And so probably not this controller. This controller is gonna cause me problems. Okay. So the Nintendo. So that, you know what, that Nintendo Switch controller, that is explaining so much to me about my experiences in playing Mario Kart. If that is the way it's going to behave. All right. Does this thing have? Give me a second. I'm gonna see what happens when I. Let's see. Is Bluetooth gonna work on this thing? Also, I should probably do this and then Bluetooth and other settings. Is it detecting a device? Let's see. Everything else. Let's have a look. So, give me a second. In case you need to know, you use a PlayStation 4 controller using a mod to change the buttons to fit the PlayStation layout. Yeah, I'm not looking to, like, run additional programs to, like, modify my games and what have you in order to play, in order for a controller to work. I would just like to use the controller I would just like to use X input and what have you. And I don't have in arm's reach a, So what in the world is taking up all this? There we go. Alright, let's see. What kind of cable is this? Oh! This might be able to do it. Hang on. So if I plug you in there, and then I plug you in... I'm gonna plug you directly into the back of this PC case. Just so then that way I don't have any chances of what's-a-mahoozy. Hit cancel on that. Close this window. Alrighty. So, I have, like, an Xbox 360 controller. Alright. Oh my god. Is this worse? No, it's not worse, is it? Like, the right side was worse, because I think the right... Nah, this is just as bad. Oh no. It's getting worse. So this is an Xbox controller, and it's being recognized as an Xbox 360 controller of all things. And oh my goodness. Oh, and yeah, the left thumbstick has, like, you know, it's pushing off to the... Yeah, and it doesn't center again. Like, look at it. It's just... It does go back to 100 and what have you. But yeah, see how it, like, just veers off to the right there? You just have a wireless Xbox controller? Hey, at least it's wireless. Alright, hang on. Let me be a little bit slow with this one and see if I can get it. Nah. Nah, this is worse. So yeah, this is 11%. So yeah, and you can see the left bump. Like, oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm just gonna really quickly capture this thing. Ding dong. Oh my goodness. Like... Ah! So yeah, I'm gonna need oh, hang on. So yeah, so that uses a micro USB cable as well, and as we saw, the thumbsticks are worse, and the buttons, like, they just don't feel right. There, and then and then bam. All right, let me just grab the older. Let me grab the other controller, the one that like plugs in via USB-C, where I have like the data and the length for it and such. Oh, this one recognizes an Xbox 360 controller as well. This is an Xbox This is an Xbox One controller, not Xbox 360. I wonder why it's misrepresenting them now, I wonder. All right, so yeah, ding. All right. So yeah, enough fun with like debugging nonsense and such. Let's
The architecture looks very different here.
This kind of place never existed before the fracture.
It's beautiful. Feels surreal.
Uh-huh. I don't see anyone here. So yeah, and as you can see, like sometimes like the character doesn't move. So yeah, so I'm gonna most definitely, yeah. Because here's the thing as well, is that first-party controllers are expensive as well. This was like a 20th anniversary Xbox One controller because I liked the look of it. Oh, and he just kept walking forward. Slowly but surely, the age of the controller is being shown. But yeah, I liked Xbox controllers and what have you, so it's really weird having, Oh, I just realized there's an advertisement going off, so you're not even hearing or, you know, seeing any of this nonsense most likely right now. I am so sorry. Alright, cool. I'm just gonna have that charge for a little bit. So yeah. But yeah, oh my goodness, like, that is... I wasn't expecting my controller to be that bad in the circular test, and yeah, the buttons, there is a lot of times where I feel like the thingy-majiggy was not triggering and such. I didn't see it in there, but if the thumbsticks are having like such a margin of error, I feel like the buttons are definitely going to have margin of error in terms of like, you know, rapid presses and what have you. So, alright. 6 more seconds, and everyone should be back from advertisements, hopefully. Bam. Welcome back, everyone. Alright, cutscene. Oh, that's SK! Just doing his own thing, I suppose. Oh, okay.
Is she the Axon?
And I totally forgot I left Lune in a swimsuit. Oh!
Sylvain, she who plays with wonder.
What the? Uh-oh. They're getting enchanted.
So...
What about Monoko? Is...
What's going on?
I don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. Remember why you're here.
Thank goodness
Careful.
Monoko is here for
They
us.
call her she who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head.
Alright, I'm gonna need to change everyone's
Let's move
outfits.
Before we all lose our minds.
Wow, Lune's got hit way more than her. Not me looking up Clair Obscur fix on AO3 because you've run out of things to read. Oh no, Jack! Alright, hang on. Let me just ding. Alright, let me just change Seal's outfit. So, there's swimsuit 2, there's baguette. I like having her keep that and using the baguette as her, what's rebellious? No. Nope. No. Maybe. No. I like giving her that outfit. So she's got pure. Now, I'll give her pure. She's got half ponytail, ponytail, voluptuous, bob weave, artress, lune. I'm gonna give her... I'm gonna give her the French bob, honestly. You're gonna go... Yeah, you're gonna stay as Verso. I like you in your obscure outfit, and the double braid is working well. Meanwhile, Minoko is Minoko, so he's fine as he is. Oh, you gotta... So this will do physical damage. During Twilight, all damage dealt is converted to dark damage. 20% increased dark damage with skills. Consuming base attack gains. Alright, so we'll swap over to you because you do way more damage. You're doing Earth Element right now. Using a skill that consumes stain. Yep, so that's fine. There. And then I'm using Dual Liso on you, but it might be better... So this does Ice Element, and Perfection on critical hits. Self-heal by 2% on dealing a critical hit. Counterattack is always a critical hit. I like the sound of that. What's wrong with Fix that ship Verso and Gustav together? There's nothing wrong with them. It's just... Gustav is dead. I was really hoping he'd be back at some point, but that's clearly not gonna happen, it seems. And then, yep, you're fine as that. And then Minoko. Parries increase the bestial will. Taking damage resets the bestial will. Start in the balanced. Reversed bestial order. Using an upgraded skill gives 1 AP to all other skills. Nice. And then you've got all those pictos. So you're doing 41, 48, 42, 45, 32, 40. Oh, so I've got like way more things I can use. Alright, hang on. Let's have a look at this. So, accelerated heal at Death's Door. Combo attack 1. Critical burn. Death bomb. Let's get... Alright, give you healing parry, because that's always good. Do you have healing parry turned on? Yes, you do. 20% chance to apply mark on gain. So, you've got 6. Do you have... What's Sweet Kill? Cover 50% of health on killing an enemy. Yep, sounds like a good thing to add. And then you, meanwhile, increase free aim damage. Burning Shot, Critical Bomb, Empowering. Energized Jump. 3 on breaking a target. Exhausting Power. Plus 1 AP on start. Gain Powerful, Revive Tint, Solo Fighter. Let's give you the sweet thingamadiggy. Deal more damage if fighting alone. Sure. And then might as well give... Alright, you've got 7 points, so let's have a look. So you've already got combo attack. 50% increased damage on the first hit, once per battle. Nah, let's do augmented attack, because you've got the 7 points to be able to do that. Increase break damage. So you've got 9 points. So, let's see. Mark shots, powerful shots. Solo fighter. I need you... Let's give this to you. Gain shell if fighting alone. Exhausting power, healing tint. Defensive, gain powerful if fighting alone. Plus 3 on breaking a target. Plus 3 AP on killing an enemy. Sounds like a fun thing. Plus 5% of a gradient charge on using an item. Solo fighter. And then healing tint. Just so then that way in case. Alright. There we go. Alright. Oh. Okay. Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with Fix that change the ending? What's wrong with Fix that have Gustav act? There's nothing wrong with them explicitly. It's just, you know, the whole, you know, You're going in. You are really enjoying this, and you're going into fanfic. I don't know. Like for me, I'm fine. Like with the story and what have you. Like doing it once and then just holding it internally in my mind, and that's it. I don't dive into fanfics often and what have you. I just, you know, I experience it once, and yeah. You won't find me repeating stories very often because I want to experience the story again. It's in my memories. The amount of insane fanfics I've read for anything is frankly insane.
Don't look at her for too long or you'll go.
Hey, at least you're reading.
I've seen people jumping off a cliff just from looking at her.
It is mesmerizing.
This dance feels...
Alright, let me have a look at attributes, because I can probably upgrade a few things. Alright, so you're B rank on the thingamadiggy, and you've got a bit of might. I'm going to increase your luck further, just so then that way... anytime you have a critical rate chance, you have a chance of, like, that thingamadiggy going off. You, meanwhile, would benefit from more luck, so sure. Monoko, meanwhile. Let me think. We're gonna give you more might, because the thing is that a lot of your, stuff comes from, like, the other creatures, and when they do stuff, so, yeah, might is important for you. You can do with a bit more health, quite frankly. And you... I need to make you faster. Alright.
familiar. This is kind of dancing taught in Lumiere.
I don't think so. Never seen it.
Anything mysterious? Nope. And what? Yep, Stick is slowly dying. Oop. Oh, this... Alright. We're gonna have a little fight. I got to the point where I don't need vitality points. Good for you. Alright, Alright. How bad is it gonna be? Oh, they're both... Yeah, no, never mind. Okay, so they're just floating. Oh, hell. Oh, wait, no, that's just fire. I thought there was, like, something you pick up in there, but I guess not. Anything here? No. Alright. Oh, there was just the two of them here. Okay. So a lot of these guys likely are going to be needing to do, like, free point stuff, so... Let's see, is this one another free pointer? Let's see. Yeah, that's not gonna be... Yeah! Alright, so you leveled up. And then... Oh, hello! I can break you now! I was able to find enough peeps, the lost children and such, so I'm able to do that.
An advantage.
And I can get resplendent chromaclatalysts. I'm gonna need a lot of those, however, to be able to do a lot of level ups. Alright, let's have a... It's very dark here. Okay, so maybe not go in that direction first. Let's go this way first. Oh. You thought you could jump scare me from around the corner, but I heard your tick-tocky nonsense.
That is violence, yes?
Ready to go.
There we go. Easy damage, easy damage. Oh, hello.
Good stuff.
More resplendent. Come on, controller, you can do it. Alrighty. Alright, down the stairs we go. You probably won't revisit the game until much later. Fair enough. I don't know if this is a game that would get DLC, to be frank with you. Because, you know, I'm in it for the story. Or, like, the combat's fun, don't get me wrong, but I feel like if I was to go into it again, there would need to be, like, new narrative, like, elements to be given. And I feel like the only way you could do that is if you introduced, like, being able to play as one of the older expeditions. And if you were to do that, you would have to make it so that, yes, like, you're in an expedition that fails or something or rather. Which, you know, it's very difficult to make, you know, compelling player-driven narratives where you know you are going to fail. So, where is the other one? Oh, there you are. Cool. So then that breaks you, and should reveal goodies.
An advantage.
30% increased damage while having shields, but receiving any damage always removes shields. That is fine. Let's give that a try. What is solidifying? 2 shields when the character's thingamajiggy goes down. Ah, okay. Actually, synergy time. Because you can just grab that. There we go. And then solidifying is a 10. Staggering attack is 1. Healing parry is a 5. What's rewarding mark? On dealing damage to a mark once per turn. And then sweet kill. Yeah, now let's get rid of that and do healing parry. That way you always have healing parry at the ready. And let's change... So you're doing light element, which they don't care about. So let's try dark element instead. Let's see how dark goes. The music is rather nice. You don't think the game needs DLC? That's fine. I don't think it does at this point either. Like, the questions I have, I feel like are, you know, natural questions that are going to be answered with more of the narrative as we push through. I don't think I'm going to be, you know... Like, I have theories, and I feel like many of these things will be answered as we continue on in the game further. This guy is not supposed to be... Ooh, this might be... I guess, where did the paint... Like, is the paintress truly responsible for the fracture that went off? Like, So there's that. Did Renoir betray, like, the Zero expedition for the immortality that him and his family have? Or was this a natural effect from being alive for so long in the continent? So there's that. And then, also, you know, just... Why are some Nevrons violent and others not? Alright, so Chromatic Great Swordsman Cultist. Let's do a little offensive. There we go.
Please survive.
Ah, this one.
That's better.
Oh, this had way more than I was hoping for. Low ice and applies mark.
Target marked.
Alrighty, so you're doing a heavy.
I can do it.
Alright, you are gonna do this.
Take down their shields.
Alright, and then you get to play immediately, where we are gonna go with the... Yeah, we're gonna go with a high momentum. That did a lot of break damage, which is really good. Ah! I didn't parry in time, and I'm gonna need her because that thing has a lot of shields. Ding dong.
Take down that shield.
Yes! And then you get to play immediately, which is helpful. Extreme, 5 hits, critical hit deals double damage. Ooh, yes please.
This will hurt.
Nice.
Loco, Harry!
Careful now. That's better.
Invigorate. Time to bleed.
Okay. Applies buff, low damage, can break on hit. Let's do the break on hit. There we go. And it has a weakness to darkness, so I made a good choice. All damage, 1 hit. Nah, you're not going to be beneficial with 1 hit. Let's do medium light damage, gain 1 rank, 5 hits. On A rank, you get +2 AP. Phantom Stars, 5 hits, can break. On S rank, it only costs... Okay. Let's go... So that's 1 hit. Low slash is 1 hit. That's B. Let's go Assault 0 to try and get as many of those shields off as possible. There we go.
Yes, and grace.
Alright. High damage, 5 hits. 4, 5. Pretty good.
Time to hit big.
And then... Extreme, 5 hits. Yes! Critical hits are gonna deal double damage. Oh, yes! I saw that! You saw, like, there was 2 9,999s. And we got ourselves a new weapon called... Cereso. Good. So, yeah. A lot more hits came from them and such. So, was it you? Yeah. Cereso is your thing, I believe. Cereso, here we go. Bonus damage from perfection applies to all allies at half value. Bonus damage no longer applies to Versa. Okay, so that's a support move. Perfection gained is increased by 1 while powerful. And support skills cost 1. Okay, so yeah, Cereso is a support-based weapon. Do you have something that deals darkness? No, you do not. So I'm going to stick to Frost for now because, you know, 21 damage. Self-heal by 2% on applying critical hits. Counters are always critical hits, which is good. Corpeso, base damage applies 2 burn on stack per rank. Plus 1 AP on rank up. Increase burn damage by 50% per rank up to 300%. Ooh. So that's 149 plus 251. 140 plus 180. Okay, so maybe... Let's go with this one, because this makes it so we do critical hits on counters, but I feel like I'm not going to get many counters because of the difficulty curve that I've put myself into. All of these will be answered in actually... Yeah. Questions about the game will be answered by playing the game. Alright. Do I have a darkness element on this? No, I do not. So you're on darkness element. You will do darkness element on twilight mode. You do not have a darkness element. So, alright. And then, yep, we still have more to do with shield affinity. And then... Alright. Let's go. Just a few more battles. Ooh, effective healing. Doubling all healing received. Alrighty then, Monoko. Energized healing. We're gonna swap you out for... Where are you? So healing parry. Effective healing. So that goes from health and speed. That gives us way more defense, which is good. Alright. Yes, 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 yes. You can see me and I can see you. Let's have a little fight.
Violence. Feel energized. Liberating.
Dodge and dodge. And there we go. I don't know if I picked anything up there, but probably not.
Nice.
And controller, once again, just having a bit of a hard time with the fact that I'm using my left thumbstick and right trigger at the same time. Yeah! He goes up in level, which is good. And let's get some of you out of the way. Oh, you have swords, though. That's interesting.
Refreshed. Refreshed.
Yep, okay, so... Oh. You did dodge, however. Oh, sometimes you dodge. Sometimes you'll dodge, it seems.
Ow, wow.
10% to shell damage thingamadiggy. Yep, sounds good. So shield affinity. Increased damage when having shields. So that increases health and defense. So let's change solidifying to... because that one gives me defense and speed. So we'll have this one for health and defense. So that these two are doing crit rate stuffs. You're doing speed and crit rates. Yeah, you're going to have a very fast speed. And you are going to be very tanky. Is there a way down? Oh, it looks like there is. Is that the way down? No, it's not the way down. It's just a... Am I? Oh, wait, no, hang on. There was stuff for me to climb. I'm a fool. Ding. Dun. Dun. Boom. And then... Oh, no. There we go. Oop. Crouching.
Good stuff.
Nice that we're getting some resplendent chroma here. Alright, drop you down. Probably gonna need that guy for something. There's something here. So it's that guy there. And then... flag over there. Okay, I'm gonna go to the flag at least. Before going further. Unless... Did I already go to this flag? Dancing classes. I don't know if I did. Oh, you've got 3 points. Go, and then... So you're getting A because of agility for speed, so we're most certainly going to increase you. 78% crit, which is pretty good. And you're getting Bs because of that, so... But I do want to increase your speed... No, we're going to increase your defense. Make you, like... Yeah, because look at that. Like, some people's defenses are in the 300s... hundreds and what have you, so worth increasing your defense. Alright, you, meanwhile... More might. Nothing but maximum might for you. Alright. So... we drop down from there. I'm trying to think, are we going up or down in this area? We might be going up. Yeah, okay, so maybe we're going up is the thing. Most likely. Whoa. Is this just... No, this just took me back. Did this just take me back? Yes, it did. Okay, so we just came back the way we came. So I've just taken like a full-on detour, it seems. So... That's a little bit embarrassing, let me tell you. And then... Yep, so that go... So yeah, so that guy goes down this way. Ha. Nah. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Well, the good news is we get to fight more Nevrons, so we get the Pictos. We get to progress through Pictos.
My, what lovely feet. Christ.
Nice. So effective heals have been learned. And then we've got more people dancing.
Sweet taste of battle.
And I screwed up. Alright. Are these going to be more powerful than the others? Well, the one with the sword is going to be different.
You're energized.
So how long do you have left in the game? I'm still in Act 2 right now, so I've not gone that much further.
Gilles, 55th.
55th
I
Expedition.
don't understand. The weaponry worked brilliantly up to now. Augmenting Pictos with music was a stroke of genius. But the sonics have no effect on the Nephrons here. It's as if they can't even hear our music. They just keep dancing to their own.
Ooh,
Running out
okay.
of ideas. I miss my girls so much it kills me. It hurts thinking that I could have been home right now playing music while they dance. Rochelle would have given birth by now.
Yeah, about halfway.
My first grandchild. Instead, I'm here. No. No. There's still a chance, and someone has to fight for them. I can't let them down. Drums, maybe that will work. They can't hear our music, but perhaps they will feel it.
Interesting thought on using music for, like, Pictos. It is interesting hearing, like, different people's, Hi there, YY. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing alright. I've recently learned, YY, that my controller is degrading. Slowly but surely, the controller is degrading, like, on the thumbsticks, and sometimes the triggers are not being engaged. I've noticed most recently in this running around nonsense.
You're energized.
There we go, and Creator Shell was learned. Oh, hang on, let me just pick up the thing that's up there. But yeah, see, like, this is me holding, like, the right trigger down. Actually, let me pick that up. Alright, let's see. Let's try this again. Right trigger, hold down, left thumbstick is being pushed. Tilt to the left, tilt to the right, tilt to the left, tilt to the right. There's gonna be a point where it's gonna... Damn it, it's not doing it for me right now. It was doing it earlier. It was doing it earlier where, the, like, you know, Versa would just like, yeah, oh wait, no, that's because I'm in objects, that's why. There! Like, it did the thing, and I had to, like, re-engage the thumbstick. Or not re-engage the thumbstick, re-engage the trigger. Yep, did it again there. So yeah, it's weird. You've never used controllers, you've played Xbox 360, 5 years ago once. Oh my goodness, YY, that's a long time. 5 years ago, I was getting into like 5 years ago, I think was when I started streaming. Your parents were always against game consoles, and when I didn't have time as Xbox, and my budget doesn't allow to buy one. Ouch. I'm sorry that's the situation that we're in and what have you. I'm trying to get, like, the most bang out of my buck with my PC right now, and I've recently got a new console, like the Nintendo Switch 2, but I, like, sold nearly all of my games from the Nintendo Switch, including the Nintendo Switch itself, in order to get that Nintendo Switch 2. Here's hoping that because of, you know, doing all that, there will be new Nintendo Switch 2 games to play. Surfing on the dunes. Whoever built this Coliseum sucks. Yeah, you tell him. Okay. So, what's over here? Oh, another thingamadiggy. Ah, and this has, like, the guy that's gonna be, like, running around and getting stuck and what have you. So we're gonna need to find him real quick. Let's see. Well, he's not over here, so he must be over in the other chamber. You also have a game. You have a gaming laptop, Acer Nitro 5 now. Hey, that's a start. That's pretty good. All right, let's see. There we go. That gets him stuck. And then we push him. Now, let's figure out...
Your turn to shine.
There we go. That sucks. He will flee in 2 turns. Oh, we don't have a lot of moves, do we? Oh, he's not doing too strongly. Go. Alright, so that's pretty decent. Pretty decent damage, pretty decent damage. Yes! Good counter, good counter. So they'll flee in 2 turns. Nice, 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 nice. Breaks them, so now we get a turn where they're not doing any of that nonsense. Applies mark, 1 hit on the C rank. Got nothing for the D rank, so let's go with the B.
Here we go.
Joy. Nice work, Pizza Fox, on getting the Electrocard. It has an RTX 3070 laptop GPU and an Ryzen i7 11800. I think it should have been enough. It's enough. Honestly, like, what the gaming industry does not exactly want to tell you right now, and that it kind of fudges this number, but people have done the math, and way more people are playing games released prior to 2020 and even prior to 2016. some of the most popular video games of today are games that are not from this decade. Yes, there are games from this decade that people are interested in playing, such as Baldur's Gate 3, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, but as far as video games that are like daily drivers of, you know, engagement, monetary, or whatever's, they're games before this decade, such as Counter-Strike Global Offensive, or Counter-Strike 2, and that now that it's called that, Final Fantasy XIV, World of Warcraft, Fortnite. Like, games that are old to a lot of developers are still getting a lot of usage. You was thinking about adding an additional 16 gigabytes RAM and additional 1 terabyte SSD. The 16 gigabytes of RAM will be a nice little addition, especially if you're using the gaming laptop as sort of like a daily driver for, like, you know, not only just playing video games, but also using it for, like, work, browsing on the internet and what have you, and doing anything multitasky. The 1 terabyte SSD, meanwhile, will probably be a nice, like, investment, so then that way you can hold on to a lot more information on the laptop before you have to use cloud resources such as OneDrive or Google Drive or Dropbox. Alright, so you're on Verso right now, but you have, like, nothing on you. So, we're gonna need you to do some hits. Ooh, but you're at 99 right now, so that's good. Yes! There we go. So we got a Resplendent Chroma 5 times, we got a Recode, we got more colors of Lumia. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, and once again, so yeah, sometimes the thumbstick is not registered as being, like, 100%. Which is weird. So is this guy just gonna drop down here? Yes, he was. Okay, so we probably could have pushed him there and then double-backed. You want to play Stalker 2, but you saw the game isn't stable, works on any PC setup. Oh, no, it is not. Stalker 2 is... Because, one, it's on Unreal Engine 5, which, yes, Unreal Engine 5, much like this game here, is, like, visually spectacular and such, but it has a ways to go before it's given the treatment of, like, this is, you know, a critical sort of video game in terms of, like, optimization and what have you. Alright. There we go. I would like to play Stalker 2 as well. I haven't played the Stalker series before, but the Stalker series I think is available on GOG for me. And yeah, I just don't have the free time to jump into another franchise that's gonna have RPG elements to it. Nice.
You're outmatched.
The free aim is very useful in this game. And Colium damage has been increased from level 11 to level 13. Also, these guys are not engaging me. Baldur's Gate also. Baldur's Gate, I think, it works fairly well. There we go. Actually, hang on. Let me just do this.
Cut through the flames.
Because it does, like, almost a lot of damage. Oh, but it doesn't... Okay.
That's better.
There. But yeah, like I said, a lot of the games that people are playing in today's age is still games prior to this decade. Like, and even games older than that. Like, we're talking 2016. So that's things such as Fortnite, No Man's Sky, GTA 5. Like, they're playing some real old games right now. And it's just simply because they are fun, and they work on the hardware that we have. there isn't like a debate. You played Metro Exodus, but you have some bag issues because of the game, like yellow cutouts on the sky. Ooh, that's a bit of a weird issue.
Liberating.
Let's carve a path.
And then, yay, Monoko is at level 50 right now. And I can't target them for whatever reason. Oh, there's that person. It works fine with 90 to 100 on max settings with RTX. Honestly, good stuff. Nice work, Metro Exodus. Hey, who stole my shirt? Omega! What? I'm boring you with like video game talk and like the little fun little factoid that majority of the games that people play in today's day and age is not like some of the most modern games released on Unreal Engine 5, but you know, some of them being like, you know, classics from prior to 2000s, 2020 I should say, not prior to 2000s, that's a little bit ridiculous. Prior to 2020. It has 1080p and I never seen laptop with 4K. There are a few laptops out there that technically push 4K, but, oh, shit, I didn't realize you could do that. Ooh, hello.
Great.
Auto regen. Applies regen for 3 turns. And who the fuck is this guy?
My, what lovely feet.
What oh, and you don't have his feet. So, let's give it a try with Earth Element. So he's resistant to nature, which isn't great. Grabs a spear from his hat. Cool. Let's give you defenseless.
You're outmatched.
And let's just get you... Hey! And it gives him burn, but we get him down in... Classic? Do you mean wizard? Yeah, we meant that. Hi, also, hi there, Velk. Oh, thank you for coming into the chat. What a thing to come in on, though. What the French foot fetish? Monoko just likes feet. He collects feet from Nevrons because one of the things that he's able to do, give me a second, is, hang on, controller, please work with me. So because of his fascination with feet, he's able to use their feet to get abilities such as this. The Monosuz Vendange, dealing high single target damage via 3 hits, has the possibility of breaking. Ooh, actually. Let's give that to... So you cost 2, you cost 4, but I like how it targets all people. That does a buff. That one is really cheap to break. That one does breaks as well. Deals high physical damage to all enemies, 3 hits. Okay, so maybe not the thrusts. Deals low ice. What's this? Apply shell to 1 to 3 allies for 3 turns. During heavy, it also applies shield. The best wind. Oh, mortar. What's this? Deals medium single target ice damage via 3 hits. Changes to almighty if target is marked. Okay. Right now I have my guy, like, you know, being able to do multiple hits to, like, multiple targets. So right now he's got that. Deals medium physical damage to all enemies. He's got this. He's got jar. Deals low light damage, applying powerless for 3 turns. So yeah, and some of these are a little bit costly. Dealing high dark damage, 3 hits, recovers 5% and health on hit. With caster, it increases damage and doubles the healing. This one deals medium single ice damage via 4 hits. Applies regen to all allies. Deals high physical damage to all enemies through 1 hit. Has the capabilities of breaking. Dealing high physical. Cookie for YY. Can my setup hold GTA 6? I don't think so, because GTA 6 is not out yet. It's currently delayed for like another year, and what's more is if Rockstar and 2K are, you know, doing the same nonsense as they did back in Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 1 and GTA 4, it's going to come out on the consoles first. So it's going to come out on the PS5 and the Xbox One X and maybe the Nintendo Switch, but I doubt it. It's going to come out on those first, and then 6 months to a year later, it will then be available on PC with some, you know, changes and update. Deals low physical damage and provides Vault. Deals high fire, medium damage to all, sacrificing 90 health to increase damage. Ooh. So Cultist Thrust with Cultist Slash would be... Alright, so that is the opportunity of break. So we're going to go with you. That doesn't... So that costs 3. It doesn't... And then this... We're going to put into you. So, heavy, agile, heavy, heavy. So you can be changed into something else. Let's see. So balance deals high physical damage. Chalier combo, 6 hits, costing 7. Interrupted if failed. Okay. And then this one is high single target damage, 3 hits, has the possibility of breaking. Yeah, let's go with you. That way we have, like, more than one thing that can do breaks. Alright. Let's see how he goes. Oh, so hi there, Pox. Welcome to the stream. How dare you steal my shirt? Alright. Powerful on shell. Applies powerful on applying shell. Ooh, okay. Verso. You will go with... Actually... Increased counterattack damage, 1 AP on start, doubles all healing received. So the effective heal is already done. So you'll get the auto regen. And then powerful on shell. So let's get you applied in as well. Because you do fairly alright. And then we've got 2 points that we can apply into things. 50% increased break damage with free aim shots. Yep, because we're using free aim quite a bit in this, We're using free aim quite a bit in this kind of area right now. Sure, let's have you apply with that. And then you, meanwhile, you already got that, so, yep. Alright. Alright, let's not fall to our deaths again. Or, not fall to our deaths, but, like, fall to the bottom of this thing. And let's move on. How is your evening going, Pox? Can we get a shout out for Poxmox, please? Because I believe Poxmox is a streamer as well. He do be on that grind. Is there a flag around here? No, there isn't. It would be nice if there was, but there doesn't seem to be a flag. How disappointing. Oh, but...
Ow, wow, wow.
Ah, wow, wow, wow. Nice. How's the art going, Pox? Alright, more transportation. Also, just quick little stretchies. Ah, big stretch and a sip of water. Oh my god, where are you taking me?
Thank Expedition 67 for destroying a lot of the walls to get further. Couldn't progress without that.
It feels like home.
Lot of wreckage here. Jesus. Lot of ribbons and a lot of broken walls. So they're all about fluidity here. Everything is in motion here. Alright, what's your deal? As I get older, I wonder, can you ever truly know someone? Then again, how many truly know themselves? Everyone knows themselves. Would there be art if that were the case? Aren't we all pursuing this unobtainable answer? We lie to ourselves all the time, don't we? About things we'd rather not admit or confront. About ourselves. About each other. Then there are the things we genuinely don't see. Isn't that human nature? I wonder. I have nothing but time. I'd have nothing but time these days to wonder. What I missed that might have changed things. What is it that I didn't see? That I couldn't make myself see? Sounds like you have many regrets. When did she start pulling away? The man has gone silent. Interesting. So, are all these, like all these faded people... They must be something related to the Paintress. They must be remnants of, like, you know, this place before they did the whole fracturing of the continent. And this is another door to the manor. Let's have a little look here. The curator can use Chroma Catalyst to upgrade your weapons at camp. Don't forget to visit him. Okay. Aw, someone's got a picture of their dog in the manor. Good for them. Okay, so that... Okay, so that just opens up this. Uh-huh. Well, I thought there was going to be something in here, but I guess not. It's just a bathroom. And then... Oh, wait, hang on. Was that door open last time? No. Okay, wait, hang on. Oh, it's only Mael that can look through that door. Interesting. Nope, can't go through there. Is there any... Oh! The frame is empty. Why is that? Okay. Was that empty, like, previously, or... And it doesn't look like there's anything in this bathroom to interact with. There isn't any other doors up here. Can't open that door. This is where Mei Li was. So we can't open that door either. And we can't open that one either. Nope. Can't open that door either. What's missing? So there was... Was there any other bathrooms in this place that I could probably explore? I wonder if there's like a No, and we can't go through that door. It doesn't even give us the option to try and open that door either. So... God damn, she good at the music. I like that each of the characters have their own little melody on the piano. Oh, and then Minoko has like, you know, just... Yeah. I don't know. Every time that happens, I fucking love it. It's so cool. Alright, and then this was the library we were already in. So, wait, can we go through here? No, we cannot. So we were in this library before, but there's like nothing in this library to interact with. And then the kitchen or something is over here. But we've already explored most of this kitchen already. Oh, that's interesting. My, I saw my keyboard, like, do a thing. Like, for whatever reason, like, my keyboard commands took over in the game rather than, keeping to the controller. Weird. But that's serene. So that's another manor door. I should probably double check if there's other places that I need to go to double check if they have a manor door. Because there was one in the Gestural Village we did. There was a... And then there was the obvious what's-a-mahoozy in the underwater. That's how we got into the manor originally. Then there was a manor door in the overworld, like the continent.
A bit of violence, yes. Wow. Energized.
Ooh, let's see. High single target damage, 3 hits, has the possibility of breaking. Nice! Oh, we are breaking people. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Lot of power. Was there any reason to the... Oh, hang on. There was. This. And then giving us...
Perfect.
On death, allies gain shield. Oh, nice. I'm gonna give that to you. Applies 3 burn on old enemies on death. Increase break damage on burning enemies. Yeah. In case she dies, because she has so little health, I imagine that it only takes one good hit for her to die. There we go. And then, oh, nothing over here, so we run across instead. And then anything over here? Yep. Good stuff indeed. And then we got another enemy over here.
Invigorating.
Oh yeah, they're resistant to Earth. I forgot about that.
Ready to strike.
Burning seems to do a good job against them.
Your turn, Lance.
Damn it. I mistimed that one.
I am refreshed.
Excellent. Giving us this thing. What was that noise?
Good stuff.
Looked like there was supposed to be something there, but I didn't see anything. Yep, and this was... So yeah, so we would have... So going down the right side would have had us continuing on with the major path. We went down the left side, however, to get the extra thing. Leaving us... So yeah, so then there's something out in there. Oh, hello! You fucking freak of nature! It's a mime! We have to, like, do some damage to it, give it some break damage, and then we'll be good.
Invigorating.
Target marked.
We need to, like, put some damage on it. We're getting quite a bit of turns with it, so...
Invigorating.
Oop. We don't have the thing we need.
Good stuff.
Alright, didn't time that well.
You're outmatched.
Low light damage to all enemies. Yep, let's do a marking shot. There we go.
This and precision.
And breaks them down.
Time to bleed.
And deals high physical damage. 3 hits can break. Oh, yes! You love to see 9,999 hits going off.
Take down the shields.
There we go.
Finesse and grace.
Giving her an extra turn, but we don't really have anything that will give her that opportunity. Rather than wasting points. You're no longer stunned. Ah, but we can still do a good amount of damage to you, so there's that. Increases damage to marked. Yes! And we get something called Serene as a hairdo for whoever. Oh, it's for Lune. Alright, what does it look like? What crazy what does it look like on her? Oh my god! No! I'm gonna keep to her French bob. She reminds me of the actress from Severance. The one that's, stuck in the, like, the lower floors and all that. Expedition 67. We give that a rest. Let's update some attributes. Let's increase your agility. Let's increase your defense. And you don't have anything for me. Alright, so you've got 14 points we can apply to things. So, because you... Deals extra damage to all enemies, 8 hits. Each hit deals in a random element, can only be cast with, like, the 4 thingy-majiggies. On turn start, deal high ice damage. Alright, let's get that. I want to try and make a build to be able to do that. So, elemental attack, if we can have her doing, like, strong crit damage, then she has the potential of all 4 of the thingy-majiggies being available, and then going into elemental genesis. Mayhem gives us the opportunity of consuming all the stains and trying again. This allows us to consume a red to create a colored if we have more than 1 red. This allows us to consume 3 colors, and... So, yeah. So, yeah, and she's got 4 points she could apply to things. Yeah, and these allow her to be able to do, like... Okay, so maybe what we do is we give her, like, Healing Light and Rebirth, so then that way she gets, like, colored things. And then Mayhem, Elemental Trick, and Elemental Genesis. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we give her something like... Tsunami is a 5. Thermal Transfer gives her a blue. Electrify gives her 2 yellows, which would help in Rebirth. We'll cook with gas another day. Deal medium single damage, 1 hit, heals all allies by 30% health, consume 4 tel to increase healing, deal high to all enemies, 3 hit, consume all 4 tel for... Yeah, might as well want that. So, deals high, single damage, 1 hit, additional damage. Yep, swap out for that. Deals medium, single target damage. Deals low, deals medium. And then... Alright. And then you've got 15 points we can put into things. Endbringer deals extreme single target physical damage, 6 hits, increases damage if the target is stunned. If on A rank, it can reapply stun. I love the sound of that, honestly. So that's on S, so that's an A, and that's a B. Deals light damage to all enemies, so that's a C, that's a B. I'm gonna put the high damage stuff on you. You have some fire ability. Reduces self thingamadiggy. Deals very high single target damage, 1 hit. Reduces AP cost for each attack parried since last turn. But you don't have the points available. This gives you the opportunity to deal medium single target fire damage for 2 hits and then applies burn. If in a defensive stat, applies 2 more burn hits. But we don't put you in defensive often. Alright. This is go further beyond Super Serene. Oh my god. She doesn't look like a fucking Super Saiyan when she does it.
It works for Siren.
So he creates all of that for her.
We should take it out. It would definitely be an advantage against Iran.
Okay. Oh, what's this? Over there. Excuse me as I get distracted by the shinies. Oh, it's just another resplendent. Come on. But yeah, something I've learned, Velk, this controller, the thumbsticks have errors. The Nevron does not seem hostile. It sews tirelessly, engrossed in its work. It doesn't really do, like, there isn't a necessity to attack it. All the others, like, you know, were like ready to hit us hard and what have you. I feel like, you know, it might not be a good idea to try and provoke him. Because what if he's like one of the other white Nevrons and such, where it's not about, you know, damage? It's just, you know, doing a good job here and there. Two. And 3. There we go.
Lovely.
Lovely revival tint.
An advantage.
And another resplendent. Yeah, for all I know, he's not really... He's not a threat to me. If he does more in, like, the boss battles or something like that, maybe it's worth doubling back after a failure, but I don't think we're gonna fail. And now we're getting closer to the singing. Damn it. I wanted to try and, like, get myself some distance and then do the first attack thing, but now we don't get that opportunity. Oh, we still do. Never mind. Alright. And then...
Target marked.
Ooh, good hit, good hit.
Bring it on. Really need it.
There we go.
A bit of violence.
I have an understanding of it, something. Yeah! I wanted to give that a try at least once. So that's going to be interesting to do. Monoko is definitely going to be, like, close to death a lot if I do it often, but I reckon it's worth giving a try. I reckon it will be even more powerful if, like,
Good stuff.
he has, like, more health when it does, like, the 90% loss. And what's more is, if he has a higher pool of health, it means that he has more health, like, you know, overall after the hits and what have you, compared to, you know, if we didn't increase his health. Oh, who's that? That is not a normal thing to see. Alright, so we rest. Gives him full thingy-madiggy. What is that thing? And then an energy tint. Okay. Oh, I probably should have tried to hit him rather than let him engage. Glissando. Alright, fairly strong, fairly strong.
What lovely feet.
What lovely feet. Alright, let's give it a try. Oh, that was some good hits. I like that. Defenseless. Oh, you summon... Interesting that you summon ballets. Oh, but they hit you instead of the ballet peeps. Okay, okay. Let's have a look. So we got A ranks here. We got a C rank that will do hits to all enemies, has the potential of breaking, only costs 2. Let's do the Radiant Slash. Breaks you. So now... extreme physical... Nice. And then you're no longer stunned. And bonk. No, bonk won't do. If I had more hits, we could have gone with that one. Yes! Ooh. Hey, and we get ourselves a new outfit because of that. Nice, nice, nice. So what's over here in the... Oh, hello. Pick you up.
Perfect.
I'm naturally curious, okay? Of course I'm gonna explore. Ooh. There's something down there. Is there a way for me to get down there? Yes, there is. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, so it's the ball guy again. But I don't see his thingy-madiggy. So I'm gonna need to figure out where that is before I start pushing him around.
Ow, ow, wow.
Ow, wow, wow. Okay, so it is literally just that way. Okay, cool. Alright. Also, he's blue instead of, Oh, you are gonna be like that, aren't you? No, that's not gonna do it. Ah, damn it. Okay, so hang on. So push you there. So he goes all the way around. let's just have a... So it pushes you there, and then... Oh, there we go. There we go. So that pushes you there. Okay. Let us see. So, okay. Go, there we go. Good hits. And then...
A bit of violence, yes.
Nice.
Finesse and grace.
Good amount of damage. Did it! Patank! Dead. Didn't even have an opportunity to run away. Sup, storekeeper? Trade. Let's trade. Chroma Catalyst increases thingies. Increases it to 9. Increases it to 19. And then recoats because we can. Marks require one more hit to be removed. Ooh, I do like the idea of that one. Plus 1 AP on base damage. That's another good one. 15% to powerful damage increase. That's another good one. Let's have a fun little fight.
On guard.
Okay, okay.
Let's spill some ink.
Let's make you defenseless.
On me.
Damn it.
Let's spill some ink.
There we go, there we go.
Ready to parry.
Ah, he did the fuck. He faked me! He did a feint on me, the bastard. His defense.
Take down their shields.
There we go, giving us another opportunity. New. So I don't have. Did it. Trade more. Chantenum. On turn start, if stanceless, switch to offensive stats. Fire skills cost 1 less AP, plus 1 shield on switching to offensive staff. Interesting weapon. I will take that under advisement. And then we got like 15 chroma catalysts. We don't really need chroma catalysts going forward. Hi there, Renee Zach. Welcome to the stream. I'm slowly but surely getting through Clair Obscur's Expedition 34. Yep. You're not sleeping well, so you're here. Glad I could see you. Not to worry, Renee Zach. Hopefully, you know, be awake for a little bit. Make sure you stay relaxed and what have you, and you will have better sleep in the near future. Good cute rating. That's almost like half your personality right there. Alrighty. Don't... Making our way across the things. Ooh. I don't have an obvious way to over there. And it vexes me. So what's in this direction? she got stuck for a little bit. Oh, and it's just that guy with the little... Alright, let's not deal with him just yet, because I don't know where he goes once we do the thing. So... Running. Rest here. There we go. Oh, is this how I'm going to get, like, the thing that I saw on the other side that I wasn't able to get to? This is probably how I get to it, isn't it? Yeah, this is how I did. Okay.
Good stuff.
Healing Fire. Restore 25 when attacking a burning target once per turn. Honestly, pretty good stuff. On death, enemies gain shell. +3 on killing an enemy. So, greater powerful. Healing Fire. Double mark. And then... Energizing attack we're going to give on the base, which is going to be on you. And then, is there any other Pictos we need to be leveling up? Not right now, it seems. Alright. Let's see how we go. Zoom in. So, it was a lie to, you know, head towards her voice. So we need to go away from... Oh, go on to that guy who's going to lead us somewhere. Hello, weird masked person who's able to float up with fabrics. Oh my goodness, my pajama bottoms are not fitting me anymore. The waistband is too big, and because the waistband is stretchy, there's like it was meant to be stretchy for like a wider person. Right now, it's not doing the stretch to, you know, contain onto me. So I have to like pull it up so it's above my hips. So then that way it gets the it gets like the little like stretchy thingamadoog. But yeah, I might need to get new pajama bottoms at some point. My God, there's so much like. You gotta buy so much new clothes when you lose weight. Thank you. And Minoko got there first. Alright, so... Oh! Expedition Journal! Let's have a listen.
Expedition 67.
Yep.
We're out of explosives. But we've made enough holes in this place to reach that giant woman in the center. But something weird's going on. Everyone's been swept up in strange emotions. It both feels like us, but also not like us. Marguerite reckons we're feeling the overflow from that giant woman's feelings. Empathic distress, I think she called it. Like her mind is flooding the area with her thoughts and feelings. Maybe we'll just stay here and enjoy the melody.
Okay. So she's kind of got the similar sort of powers as Blue Diamond has in the Steven Universe TV show, where it's just like, you know, pushing her emotions into other people, and the only way you can conquer it is by having, like, you know, steadfast emotions yourself. Alright, so we rest here, that way she got that flag available to us.
We're finally there.
She's waiting at the end of this tunnel.
Then we should prepare before we head there.
Yeah, I did. We're like level 50 with the party that I'm running, and I'm messing around with the Pictos and shit, so... You know, it's not perfect, but we'll see how it is. You'll need to buy new clothes. The consequences of success.
Even grander than I thought.
I'm suffering from success, chat.
You're okay, right?
I swear I've seen this dance before.
But yeah. So, oh, I will be. Actually, no, never mind. It's not important right now. Don't know what she's singing. Okay, so no one's watching us right now. So what's the deal? Word of the day is merde. 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 What is Loon catching on to? Like, what is she seeing that we're not? Wait, that's her parents. I'm thinking those are her parents. How do they do that? Gustav! Not Gustav! Okay, and that's her husband and a baby. Noko! I forgot. I didn't think Monoko was gonna be, like, affected by this. Oh, what does Verso see? Or does he not see anything because of that kind of... He's got a very death starey look. Verso sees through the trauma. He understands that he needs to be pushing forward, not regressing. Alrighty. Let's figure out her element.
Target marked.
Dances with the glissandos. Oh! Shit! I didn't realize they were gonna do that.
Monoko, get ready.
Oh, nope. That's not good. Alright, Momentum Strike would have been good, but you can't do that. From playing instead, attacks one of its allies. Ah, god damn you.
You're outmatched.
Oh. Oh, okay, so... Damn it. Now they're both charmed. What the fuck was she attacking? Oh. Wait, did she just kill herself? Is that what happened? Okay, hang on. Moving back into... I was standing for a period of time, but I'm gonna go back into sitting mode. Oh my god, there's like... The green, like plastic that was that's on the back of my, like, controller's, like, hand grips is, like... She smacked herself. Yeah, okay. Does it do it again, or? Yeah, it does. Okay, so let's skip this cutscene. Alright, let's try that. Let's try this again. Alright, so you've got... So fire is relatively effective.
Minoko, get ready.
That's better.
Yes! That's good, that's good. The dancing becomes frantic. Oh, I wasn't expecting it to go that quickly.
I'm ready.
There we go, make you defenseless. Oh boy, this is a risky move. Well, at least she's weak to the what's-mahoozies. And then... Yep, let's risk it.
Here we go. I'd love a dance.
Yep. So gives him so it heals her, gives her armor. Oh, what's this? Oh. Oh, you delayed yourself there. Fuck you. Get countered.
Time to hit big.
Alrighty.
Take down their shields.
There we go.
Time to hit big.
There we go.
Ready to strike.
Stuns her. So let's go and revive our guy.
I must rage.
Let's
Serene
dance.
is no longer. Yeah, nice try trying to get our melee. You're not gonna get her, you son of a bitch. Woo! Didn't realize shooting her was gonna be that effective. So we get something called Tisserand. And energizing turn where it gives us +1 AP on turn start. That took us 2 tries. That took us 2 tries. Oh my goodness. And I didn't even do like, you know, proper like Picto management. I was like, oh yeah, there's like 4 Pictos in the party right now that I'm using just to learn them. Unless this is phase 2. We might be in trouble if this is phase 2. Don't do it, Loon. Don't do it, Lune. What are you doing? Oh. What are you doing? Oh, please don't tell me you sacrificed yourself. Nope. Okay, cool. You just did like a really big finisher attack. Has it been a while since a character died? Maybe you're overdue. Don't say that. I don't want another character permanently dying. I thought Lune was gonna die there with a suicide bomb stain thing, but thankfully that didn't happen. Oh, look, it's the cloth. Huh. Hmm. Gestural merchants can be found in most levels. Some of them have a secret inventory that can only be shown to those who defeat them in duel. Yep, we did that. Meanwhile, back at camp...
Sipping Time sponsored by Uraninazak.
You want me to give it to you?
What is Melee's, like... There was a possibility she wouldn't have been with us because she's, like, so much younger. Like, most people here are, like, 32 years old. Whoa.
That
Was that Renoir?
I saw it. It was... Renoir?
I used to see him in my nightmares too. He can be quite traumatizing.
That wasn't a nightmare. That was a very real vision. Who is the curator? You can't just be like some, like, dude. Good attributes. Points into might. There we go.
You were right.
About?
He spams cure.
The odds of killing Axons. Close, but not zero.
Not zero. About?
The odds of
not zero.
Oh, okay, so we're not learning more from
You
her.
have nightmares too. About Renoir.
Yeah. He's hard to shake.
Yeah.
Do you want to spend time with Melee? Yes. Melee?
In Lumiere, did your parents choose your name?
Yeah, I guess. Why?
Mael means chief and prince, or, I guess, princess.
What are you talking about?
The meaning behind your name.
Oh. What made you think of that?
You said you were an unwelcome surprise. But I think even though your birth was unexpected, it was still celebrated. Your name shows how your parents felt about you. What kind of life they dreamed for you.
My name means, like, God's gracious gift or something weird like that.
Chief.
But who knows how,
Guess they had
you know,
bigger dreams for
true
me
that
than
is,
I
because it
ever did.
definitely comes in the, like, the realm of astrology kind of naming schemes.
Why? What did you dream of?
I didn't.
You must have wanted something for the future.
No. All I wanted back then was to leave Lumiere and see some of the world before I gommaged.
Well, you've certainly done that. What do you dream of now?
I don't know. Still figuring that out. What about you, though? What do you want?
What do I want? I guess I'm still figuring that out too.
Well, what did you used to want?
Music.
That's why we're still collecting, like, you know, sonogram records.
Yeah. Before the fracture, I studied piano at the conservatory. I loved it. I really miss performing at the concert hall. When the lights dim and the room is hushed and the first notes echo through the chamber, I can just lose myself and feel the music through my fingers. Every time I play, it feels like my heart's about to break from the beauty of the notes.
Aww.
That's lovely.
I miss that a lot.
Maybe when this is over, we can fix up the opera house and you can perform for us.
It would be my pleasure.
I want my first concert to be yours. And don't worry, I'll make sure the room is packed. I'll put up posters everywhere in town.
Oh, no pressure, huh? All right. I guess I'd better start practicing.
Melee makes Verso pinky swear. Laughing, Verso agrees. Hey, a pinky swear is a very serious sort of promise. That is some, you know, not revealing Santa's secret kind of seriousness. First song Verso would play. The discussion inspires Melee. Hey, a new gradient attack unlocked for Melee, which is the Phoenix Flame. Nice.
Seems you were right about these expeditioners. A most impressive group.
They've grown on you, haven't they?
Maybe.
They have.
Yes, we're gonna spend some time with our boy Monoko. I honestly love the banter.
Monoko, let me cut your hair.
Why would I be foolish enough to do that?
Just a trim. You look like an overgrown mob.
I beg your pardon. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
Yes, my hair is impeccable.
Yes, my hair is impeccable. Stop being grumpy. Come on. Let's give you some style.
You first, then.
Fine.
Hey.
Actually, that does look nice. Okay, I'm in. Style away.
Nice, we get ourselves a hairstyle for Verso. Ooh.
This is quite fetching.
Very Viking with the braids.
Great. We're twins.
Verso and Monoko are now bound by a many love of style, which they would never admit to each other. There we go. As is tradition, they now spend too much time arguing over who looks better before heading back to the others. So we've unlocked a new haircut for Verso and Monoko. Yeah, I like the look of that. And then you are gonna get Viking. I like Monoko's look more still. I like the way Monoko looks still.
Seems you were right about the...
They've grown on you.
Maybe.
They have.
No, nothing new with you. Eske, what about you?
I recognize that look. What's got you so grumpy?
He's no longer
Those
Whoopee.
jellyfishes.
What about them? Are you jealous? Why?
I'm supposed to fly too.
Maybe stop losing your rocks then. How do you lose them anyway? Don't you swallow the rocks?
Sometimes I love too hard. I can't control myself and...
Okay, yeah, I see. It's hard to control.
Must be some real good jokes you're hearing.
Those...
What about them?
Okay, so nothing new with him.
Maybe.
Sometimes...
Okay.
Alright, anything new with you?
One down, one to go.
And the next one is weaker. You're always so calm about everything.
Is that a question?
An observation. Lune's intense and obsessed. Mael is nervous and eager, but you're calm.
Why is that strange? I guess. Death and I, we've walked a long road together.
What does that
What does that mean?
Death is a friend who will welcome me home.
Friend's not the word I would choose for death
Friend's
either.
not the word I choose.
Life is easier when you think of death as a friend.
Is it? Or are you just dressing it up to manage your fear?
Does it matter? How you view things is up to you. Life continues either way.
It's an interesting philosophy. For someone so young.
True. I'm not quite as old as you. Why don't you share some of the wisdom you've accumulated over your very long life?
Because then you wouldn't come to me for more wisdom!
Oh, how kind of you to acknowledge my wisdom. Can you, mention my wisdom to Minoko sometime?
Oh, actually, isn't Minoko even older? Eskie too. Perhaps I should ask them instead.
No! Ask me!
Oh, please do. You'll probably learn valuable things about Nevron feet and rocks. All I can offer is another story.
I'm not really in the mood for stories tonight.
Oh. And here I had prepared something truly dark and heart-wrenching.
Save it for tomorrow. Let's do something else tonight.
What do you have in mind?
That depends. How adventurous are you feeling?
You mean like hunt Nevrons?
Not that adventurous.
What?
I'm waiting for you to connect the dots.
Oh,
You've been alone too long on this continent. When was the last time you seduced someone?
not counting Minoko.
No, I want to go with Lune.
Actually,
I'm gonna have to cop out.
All right.
Declined her invitation. She's not used to being rejected. She doesn't take me personally. Despite that, she feels closer to Verso. Interesting. Okay, well, glad that the relationship level still increases, even if I rejected her. And we get ourselves a new gradient. I want more with Lune. I want to be with Lune. Check up on the others. Alright, let's have a look. I didn't want the sexual proposition from CL.
do you mind if I, play here?
What the fuck? He's able to just summon a piano? Like, how does that work? How have they been doing that? Wait, is she actually humming, or? Oh my god, is SK just dancing in the background right now? Oh, look at him. He's just having his little twirls in the background. He's just spinning. Good for him.
What song was that? I feel like I know it.
Yes, an old song I used to play to my sister.
Can you play another?
Sure. We have all night. Okay, ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I will need a bit of space. All right. Esky, you ready?
This is lovely music, honestly, though. It's very lovely. Alright, so we're back. Latir Amelie. Defeat the other Axion on its island to forge a weapon able to pierce the monolith barrier. Right in the journal of Gustav's. Melee finds a spot where she can write. She spends some time,
Sipping Time sponsored
writing
by
in Gustav's
Serverdogs88.
Sounds like she's humming more in these things. She writes about how fearsome and incredible the Axions are and bigger than mountains. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday. Alrighty. Go to sleep! Fighting Visages before Serene is recommended, but you may fight the Axion in whatever order. Ah, cool. Well, we did it in the order they didn't ask us to do it in. And... oh, there's something up there.
Let us get wet.
Oh wow, she is very close. I didn't realize she was this close. My goodness gracious, she's just like right over there. Oh.
Avril, 40th Expedition. Gigi and Edmund were leading. They were on a clean glide to the monolith when they flew into some sort of barrier and just gommaged away.
Oh, that's a very serious
Our
barrier.
gliders are useless without a way past the barrier. Bernard's going to explore on foot, see if there's an entrance. But in the meantime, we might as well make ourselves at home. I guess I'll try my hand at fishing. Assuming those sea Nevrons left any fish for us to eat. Rest in peace, Gigi and Edmund.
Okay. So they went to fight. They look like the gliders from, No, actually no. Completely different looking gliders. Never mind. Ooh, a pure for Verso and double braid for Lune. Ta-da! There we go. And then... so that's the French bob. And there's the double braid. I love her fucking outfit. It's so beautiful. Alright, level 13 goes from Earth to Light. 50% chance to generate a light strain when consuming stains. Plus 1 AP on consuming a light stain. There we go. Alright.
Time for swim.
Yeah, unlikely we're gonna break that. Ow. So yeah, we got another hour. Let's see how we go with this guy. Maybe we'll make lickety-split time with him. Anyone on this island I'm missing? Nope, so we can just go straight in. Visages! Ear. Sorry.
So this is Visage Island.
He who guards truth with lies.
Ooh.
Faces.
An infinite sea of them.
Cool title, though.
Good stuff.
At some point, I'm gonna need to use those colors.
Here's the island singing.
This melody.
This is creeping me out.
Ha! 69. Look! It's 69. Oh. Oh. And the faces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 faces on the top there.
What's it doing?
It's not attacking.
Was that an invitation?
I don't know.
It seems.
Feels like a trap.
I don't mind a straightforward path for once. Better than battling through a mountain of Neverons.
No, Verso's right. Something feels off.
Oop. What the fuck? Looks like a duelist?
Oh, I'm harmless. You don't need those.
Well, if you're harmless, then these weapons will stay harmless too.
Touche. Well, Visage invites you to join him in his chamber at the end of this path. I assume that's why you're here.
Where do the other paths lead?
You're free to traverse them. Masks are not just to obscure, they may also illuminate. Look for the masks that you need.
Meaning?
The invitation stands.
Okay.
Well, head straight to the Axon. Or take the other paths.
It might be appropriate to take the other paths. Oh, hey ho. Bravo. Bravo on surviving out here. Yeah. Receive 15% of all heals afflicted by other who's people. Yep. Let's go with you. Is one of my moderators here? Did not block in time. Damn it, and I dodged too soon. There we go.
The dance begins. Take
And you get a turn immediately. Nah, didn't look like I knew what it was. Dookie. On turn start, gain 1 shield if at least one sun's charge is active. Apply 5 foretell on enemies that break shields. Ah, but I don't have the monies to purchase it. I don't know if Jack is still here, but I'm curious, like, would there have been a problem if I did attack the tapestry? The, not the tapestry, but, like, the person that was doing all of the threads and things in the previous world.
Useful.
Let's have a look. What's down here? Okay.
Everything's destroyed.
Normally, I enjoy a little destruction. But this doesn't feel right.
It's rage.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah! Good counter, good counter. By slaying the Tissue, you would have gotten to picked out that would have helped against Serene's mechanics. Oh, okay. I'm guessing I can't go to the I'm guessing I can't go to the whatsamahoozy Tissuer, like, now that the Serene is dead now, can I? Here's the thing, is like, I was hesitant on fighting the Tissuer because, you know, I didn't need to attack the Tissuer. They didn't look like they would fight back against me, so I thought they were like, you know, the white Nevrons we've been seeing around the place where, you know, there's just a little side quest involved with them, so there was no need to attack.
Stuff.
And, like, you know, there might have been a quest or something related to them afterwards. Because I feel like there might be something at the end of the game if you only attack, like, you know, the normal and the chroma Nevrons and leave the white Nevrons alone. You don't know? You killed it first visit. No, fair enough, fair enough. Hi. Hello. How's it going, Jack?
Oh, yeah. Take down that shield.
Yo.
Ah, you're on Visage's island?
Yeah, Visages.
Here we go.
Did it. So, yeah. Hey, new feet from Minoko to sniff. Good for him.
What do you mean to sniff? What the hell?
Perfect.
He's always like polishing and working on the feet and collecting them and all that. It was just a joke.
Doesn't mean he's sniffing them.
It's just a joke. Feet people can do that kind of stuff, can't they? What, you're saying it's weird if they did?
You're outmatched.
Oh yeah, a lot of damage to these guys. Feet fetishes are really normal compared to a lot of other things. Oh, I imagine there's always going to be weirder ones out there in the world and what have you, and I don't do a question of it. The stuff that I like, people question me about, and it's like, you know, it would be like throwing bricks at from glass houses if I had an issue with someone's fetish. Hey, and text is now available. That oh yeah, I should probably go to the guy back at camp for the revival tints. I also need I probably should have like gone back to the place and done a fast travel to see what would happen if I fought against the it's not necessary. Cause yeah, like you said, like Tabitha said, there's like a Picto that will do. What the fuck is you? Oh Jesus. Had you killed it, Serene wouldn't. Have you killed it, Serene wouldn't have been granted those shields mid-fight. Yeah, no, well, the shields were easily countered because Mei Li has the ability to, like, no matter how many shields are on the person, her first hit will remove all shields, and she gets, like, AP based off the shields removed. Oh, yes,
Keep
yes,
pronouncing her name wrong. Awful.
It is what it is, okay? I'm not perfect.
No. You've heard it enough times to know that it's pronounced wrong.
You keep distracting me!
What do you mean I keep distracting you?
Ah. I could have parried all that.
Why'd you stop parrying halfway?
Because I got distracted by your conversation.
You could continue to parry.
I was trying to, but but my timing was off. The point is my timing was off after I missed the first one. It doesn't take much to break my concentration, okay? Have you met me?
Once, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, okay, so I'm guessing it wants me to talk to that face at some point. But let's do a quick detour. Hey, look at that! It's another door to the mansion! Alright, let's have a look. Where does this lead us? Does this lead us to another bathroom? The tissuer is independent to the white nevrons. Ah, okay. Yay, and he does like the cool thingy. Oh, a music for Verso. And then, yep, okay, so that... So wait, was this like Verso's room then?
He likes trains.
There... Many people... Everyone likes trains.
Okay, then look at the bed. Look at the bed. It'll give you a clue whose room this is.
Oh my god. Look, there's a little SK! Oh, but what's this journal?
Art can be a window, and art can be a mirror.
This is Renoir.
Great art is both. Son, you'll never be a true artist if there's always a mask between you and the viewer, especially when the viewer is you.
Nah, fuck off. It's fine wearing masks. You don't have to strip yourself so all of your identity is revealed for the art. The art is for a message, and it's one of, you know, after craft and practice.
What other rooms do you have?
So, there's this one here. But that one's locked. Actually, while I'm here, ding, dong, that way.
Oh, okay. Wait a second.
So there's that room back there that we just went through. So this is like Verso slash Ren. No, Verso. Yeah, this is definitely Verso's room because of like SK there, but or no, not Verso. Maybe the sister Alicia?
No, it is Verso's room.
Okay. Oh yeah, because of the note. We can't open that room. Can't open that one yet.
Wait, hold on. The painting at the end of the corridor. Not this sort. The other way. Not that one.
Oh, the
on your right.
this one, the missing one.
No, not this one. There is a painting I want you to jump through. And turn left. All the way down. All the way down. That painting.
What the fuck? Why are there... What? Great, so now I'm just gonna be running into walls like it's Dark Souls all over again. Fuck's sake. Also, what is it with this house and dogs? I have not seen any dogs in the game except in all these paintings. Where the fuck are the dogs?
Do you want to know?
Kind
This
of.
is a reference to something outside the game.
Okay, it's just dog reference outside the game. Much like how people just have like pictures of like staff or family in their games.
Uh-huh.
Alright,
You
so...
have the kitchen unlocked, right?
Yes. Hang on a second. But right now, I am jumping through everything that I can. You can't tell me, like, oh, jump through this one painting and have me, like, oh. No, sorry. Oh, that has... Yeah. Anyway, no. Okay, cool.
That's like the only painting you'd have to jump through.
Oh, serious?
Yep, but there is another room you could ask you to check out, and the kitchen.
Let me head to the kitchen. Here's the kitchen. I like.
On your left, you see those boxes?
How did I get here? Have I been in here? All right. So there's this guy who's just. Oh, and it's got a little cake of like the tower from Lunaire, and it has like a little 33 on it as well. That's kind of cute.
Yeah.
All right.
The fact that he's just dead here.
Yeah, and then.
Really funny.
Oop.
So you've gotten the hairstyle here somewhere, I think.
Maybe.
You can go up these stairs, or you can go through those boxes.
Oh, hello. I see something. There we go.
My eye, you can't escape from me.
There we go, and then there we are. Oh, red hairstyle for what's my whoosies? Melee.
Mael.
Alright. Ah, okay. So then this opens up for the. Yeah. Okay. And then, so what's over here? Oh, okay.
Okay, hold on. There's a painting in that corner, right? Not that corner, the other corner. Yeah. In this room, yes. Turn to your right. That painting?
Yeah, that's the crew, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the crew.
Yeah, I know what a company photo is, where it's like, congratulations. That's a company photo if ever I saw one. Chat, that is just an artist rendition of congratulations, we are in the building celebration kind of company photo.
That is not an artist rendition. It's directly the photo, but they put a filter over it so that it's kind of painterly style.
Yeah, that. You know what I mean. You understand what I'm putting
there is
down.
a secret in this room as well. Oh, you already got it.
Yeah.
Alright.
So, no idea how, but I already got it. So yeah, catching up on me, like just running around this thing.
Look, I'm trying to see if you know all the secrets, including the one in like the long table dining room.
Oh, hang on. Are you talking about? Because I had to. Oh, come on, game. Let me hold the right trigger and keep. Are you talking about this thingamadiggy over here?
Excellent, you already got it.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a room where there's a mirror you can break.
There's a what? Sorry.
There's a glass that you can break in one of the rooms, but I can't remember which one. You're gonna have to check.
But yeah, oh my god, my controller is kind of having a bit of it's having a bit of a time when I'm holding the right trigger and trying to use because the thumbstick sometimes will lose its sensitivity and will be like, nope, you're not at 100% or something like that.
Oh, okay. This glass. The glass above the sink. If I'm not wrong, I think
that's a mirror, but yeah, okay.
I mean, you can see yourself through it, right?
Mirrors can be really dusty. Alright, and then...
That's all for me.
Yeah. You're not gonna go through any you're not gonna go through any other paintings.
No, there's nothing else in this house.
Alright, okay. Lord knows there's gonna be other, like, rooms and such, but yeah. It's very tempting to, like, go through the previous island again to see if the what's-a-mahoozy guy, the tissuer, is still there.
Before I fought Siren.
Sorry?
I beat that guy before I fought Siren.
Yeah, no, I didn't, and yeah, I was able to defeat Siren on the second try, because, you know, figured that nonsense out. There we go. Oh, he does, like, full-on damage, doesn't he? Oh, let's see if I get this right. Damn it! So I realized I tried parrying too soon on the other one. And I used the wrong ability. Little guy with a hand just going whack, dead. Good for you.
Nice.
Ooh. Alright. Okay, so while having shields, remove shields. So powerful attack. On every damage dealt, try to consume 1 AP. If successful, increases damage by... Yep, no, because you do a lot of that. Plus 1 AP per turn. That way... Alright, so this one... marks require 1. That's a cool mark. I definitely want to try and use that more often. Double burn. On applying a burn stack, apply a second one. Oh, okay, hang on. Double burn on you. And then... Was there any other Pictos I needed to progress through? Not from the looks of it. Yeah. And then... Powerful shot to gain powerful and free shot. Gain shell if fighting alone. Exhausting power. Wow, double mark is 20 points. That's a bit high. Gain powerful if fighting alone. Plus A3 when breaking a target. Plus 3 AP. Hey! We can put dead energy on you. Yep, that's fine. So you've already got dead energy. Exhausting power. Nothing for you. Alright, you've got 4 points. Plus 50% increased free aim damage. Honestly, probably should have had that turned on like a lot sooner for like the previous area. Because there's a lot of enemies on these islands where the free aim is doing so much. Actually, yeah, no, fire damage would be good on for her to use. Switching to Verbose. I do, well, and on counterattack, she does do the thing. Nah, I'm gonna stick to that weapon. And then you'll stick to darkness for now. I could, oh, you're already on the fire damaging one, so that's fine. To Saron. Nah. Alright. Alright, let's get back out here. As we open up the mana. Violence, you say? Medium to all enemies. 3 damage. There we go. Ooh, nice. Good hit. Good hit. Let's see. Medium damage.
Let's carve a path.
And I saw it do the, you know, give 1 AP for the base attack hit, take 1 AP back.
Advantage.
It's not gonna be too bad to do. Alright. What happens when dealing with this face? A mask. It seems connected to the Axon. He who cannot fight fate. Behind his scowl, emotions blaze. Put in the shadow, his temper fades. What am I but a mask of anger? Ooh, he looks different.
I really hope
Ready
the
to
dog
strike.
is not being picked up on me.
Sorry?
There's a dog downstairs with orphans.
Oh, I don't hear it on the mic.
Okay.
Alright, so you've got several shields, so we're not going to deal with you. We're going to get you out of the way first. You...
Foolish.
Damn it. That last one I was too late on.
You'll get it one day. I believe in you.
Yeah, I'll get it. Increase damage to marked targets. Yep, let's go with that one. Good damage, good damage.
That's better.
I was worried I hit that gradient counter too soon, but we're fine. Let's see what happens. Yay! Just free shot as much as possible, so then that way he can't counterattack. I'm guessing this is going to make the boss fight against the Visages easier, because there's fewer faces to spawn enemies or something like that.
No.
What?
No.
Oh, and it sends us all the way back here. Okay, cool. So we don't have to worry about... Alright, thing. Let's go with... let's increase your agility, because we can. We're going to increase your luck. And your vitality. Do I want to increase your luck? No, let's increase your vitality. And then you, meanwhile, we are going to keep pushing your luck. Alright.
Did you hear that?
That was the Axon.
He's probably...
Destroying these masks seems to hurt.
Yes, it does. Alright. Can I pick up? Yes, I can. Now, awesome.
Him. Then let's keep doing that.
Alright. Alright, so... Energizing attack. I want to keep that on you because it does quite a lit. Healing fire. When attacking a burning target, marks require one more hit. Double mark takes a lot to do. Fine. Because healing share receives 15% of all heals affected by other people is an interesting one to get done. And we'll see how many points it is. Hopefully we're going the right way for one of the other masks. Oh.
No.
Think?
Yeah, you are. Because I always get confused with that area. Every time
always
I'm
hitting
like,
the left, and
okay,
it's
like,
thank goodness this game doesn't have like fall damage, falling to your deaths kind of stuff. It just has like, oh, if you can fall, you will.
every single time I make that turn, and I'm like, god damn it, not here again. I turn the right way, and I'm like, god damn it, why is it always the same?
Oh, these like, you know, happy-go-lucky nevrons.
I just call them mid-solar.
They're like midwives or something.
No, mid-solar.
Ah, okay. Oh, they get enraged.
I mean, not the movie, but some pictures.
Here we go.
Easy. So, what kind of emotion is this place? Like, maybe some sort of apathy? Hey, 69 again!
Nice.
Oh, Joy Veil. Okay, so it's talking about joy.
They seem so
I guess that
joyful.
answers your question.
Yeah.
I'm almost jealous.
On the surface, at least.
He who guards truth with lies.
Get a hit on you first.
Energized.
Grace.
Wait, how much about 3? Okay. Oh, he does more than... Okay, never mind. Yeah! Oh, damn it. Damn it, that last one missed it. Well, wasn't too hard, at least. Glad to see Sir Draken is still with us. Alright, so double burn is done. Powder attack and energizing turn is done as well. Good, good. Okay, hopefully that is seen as like actually me being able to do the first strike. Let's see. Yep, it is. Awesome. Alright, so I need 3. So let's get 1 hit into you at least, so then that way... Defenseless.
Here we go.
Would be nice if he could just move to the other one, but oh no, he does. Okay, cool.
Here we go.
Lovely. Oop. Pick up.
Good stuff.
Oh yeah, no, these are the same weapons as what the weird Joeyful masks have. Oh, that's cool to see that the shield... So the guys with the shields have face shields. Well, their shields are shaped for faces. And the face in the veil that we're in is, like, the expression is expressed. That's cool. Let's see. Fuck it. Let's go with Earthquake. Let's see what happens. Never mind, it does pretty good damage.
Finesse and grace. Take down their shield.
Let's carve a path.
Yeah. I remember there's like a machine gun build or something like. I remember someone commented in like a YouTube short something called a machine gun build for Verso, which will be very interesting if like, because I think I've seen it where he just like infinitely shoots fire, like he just instantly free fires.
Upgraded all the climbing handholds. Not only are they much easier to install in the cliff faces, they're also a lot nicer to use. We're setting the last few handholds tomorrow. Then we can finally get out of these caverns and see the sun again.
Huh.
I can't wait to rejoin the mountaineering team. I still remember that first mountain we scaled. Watching the sun rise above the clouds was magical. But rappelling down as we set the handholds was pure exhilaration. I know some of the others chafe at being restricted to recon only. I get it's not very satisfying making maps and prepping trails while people are dying. But this prep work will pay off in the long run. It may not be glamorous, but truly essential work rarely is. Doesn't make it any less important. And as the Expedition 69 motto says,
69.
We are literally laying a trail for the ones who come after. Step by step, handhold by handhold, each expedition carries the next one forward.
Nice.
I had a few friends who were kind of upset that 69 wasn't the funny expedition. Wasn't a funny expedition, but I was like, can you just get your mind down together for
I'm okay with it, you know, not being the not being a funny expedition. And I think like the fact that it's like, oh, it's mountaineering recon and what have you, it's like that's fine. I just chuckle to myself every time. That's all.
Nice. So now every time we see a handhold, we're like,
yeah.
Nice.
Alright, let's just have you... Actually, let's just have you do normal hits. So you get rid of 2. There's Mel, and then you do the one that takes away all of them. Because then she gets additional AP because of that. And then you, meanwhile...
Here we go.
Okay, so you don't do a lot of breaking damage with that one. Ah, but that did some good damage. we go.
It likes you.
Good.
Nice! And it gets her ready to break. Yep, deals high single target damage, 3 hits, can break. So yeah, I fought one of those like giant variants of the thing that Monoko just transformed into, so that's why I had that at the ready. Alright, let's see, B rank. And A rank, so that's a 9. 9. Let's go... Actually, yeah, 5 hits, increased damage because we're on the B. Putting you on the A. You're on Virtuoso. High damage, 3 hits. Ooh! Extreme physical, 5 hits.
This will hurt.
Nice! That was some good damage. And we got... Hey, it's for Vorso! Alright, let's see what it looks like on him. There we go. Is there a way for me to shoot this thing? There is, but it doesn't do anything. I'm guessing I'm gonna just have to wait for it to pounce. This is fun.
Energized.
Never mind, 1 hit done. Didn't even matter that I wasn't even on the correct bestial mark. He still did decent damage. I guess those nature peeps are weak to nature. Earth. And then you're weak to fire. Almost. Say that again?
It is time for me to go and eat.
No, fair enough, fair enough. I don't think I'm gonna get to
if you're still streaming, or something, I'll pop back in. But if not, never mind.
Peaceful.
You
Not to worry.
have a good day regardless.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I will be streaming probably for just another 20-30 minutes right now because it's, you know, it's 9:40 right now. So don't want to be forever. All right. There's the guy.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you for being here, Jack.
Energized.
All right.
Here we go.
Swoosh. We're fairly powerful at this point, being at, you know, level 50, so other than bosses, you know, giving us some trouble here and there, we should be good. A mask, it seems connected to the Axon. It speaks. He who painted this world, seeking what he could not grasp, longing to share with those he loves, behind his smile, what could it be? There we go. we know Joy is weak to Earth. Take quite a bit of damage from Earth. Hello. Almost got him.
Bring it on.
Alright, so 3 hits. Oh. You do healing. You're an asshole. Alright, Oh.
From the bitter dregs.
Alright, so you're on balance. Let's do it on you. Nice! Good amount of damage there. Excellent. Oh, and we get ourselves something for Luna, the Chapelium. I don't suppose this game was expecting me to have, like, level 20 kind of weapons at this stage. Because of going into places like the Frozen Hearth. Alright. So you're defeated. Okay, so we might be going through these emotions quicker than I thought. Alright. Sprint. Rest. The attributes update. Okay, 3 points for you. So let's get you with your vitality. With luck. And vitality further, so then that way when we do like the, you know, getting reduced to like, you know, 10% of your, like getting 90% of your health removed, it's not the end of the world. And you've got 9 points, which I have no idea what we're gonna deals very high single target damage, 1 hit, reduces AP cost for each parried. Since honestly, I'm gonna grab you, and because if I do it right, so this does 5 hits, so that does 3, that does 2, that does 1, this does 1. Honestly, Momentum Strike might be removed. Nah, never mind. Not worth.
Yeah, it definitely hurts him. I think I saw one more path.
That's good. We're weakening him.
Hello. And then we go grab this.
This feels off.
Alright, hang on. So we have Pictos we can work on, don't we? No, do we not have? Oh, wait, we do. There we go. Confident Fighter, increase 30% increased damage, but can't be healed. On every damage dealt, try to consume plus 1 AP. So not on you. Receive 15%, recover on applying double. All right, let's get rid of the healing share, because if I have you on Confident Fighter, you're not going to be able to do that. Alright, is this leading us the right way? Yep, it's leading us to sadness. Because we've dealt with anger, we've dealt with joy, and now we gotta deal with sadness. There we go. Break you.
Time to bleed.
Go. And
go.
Easy fight. Ourselves another resplendent. We're doing quick work here, honestly. Oh, Expedition 39! That's a different one. Alright, okay, okay.
I know they're Nevrons, but witnessing the sorrow of others, I can't help but feel for them.
A noble but tremendously fatal impulse.
Oh, wow.
What? I thought he was... Never mind. Eh! Didn't have to deal with exhaust for long. But yeah, that's kind of annoying that it just threw exhaust on us on death. I wonder if that's something that... Because I don't remember the floating guy doing that in the other realm. So I wonder if that's something that's happening uniquely because of the area that we're in right now.
Time to lead.
Nah, that was stupid. Well, that was lucky. Don't exactly have a means to dodge that, I don't believe. So... yeah, it looks like most of us are only going to be able to do basic attacks while in this area. I don't like that. Although, if we're getting rid of it from here, then that might mean that we're not having to deal with it in the boss battle that comes up. So, you know, good for us.
Nice.
Glass cannon deals 25% but takes 25% more damage. Honestly, that's kind of hilarious. Healing fire, and where is that? Here it is, glass cannon. There we go. Should be good. Should be fun! And this is the chromatic Ramsia.
Bring it on. That's better.
Almost. Oh, it didn't do a... It didn't do the thingy-majiggy.
Your turn to shine.
Yeah, and then I was like just locked out.
I'd love a dance.
What the fuck? Oh, fuck. I pressed the button then!
It's locked on you.
And I pressed too soon.
I'm waiting. Useful. Feel better. Good. Okay. Useful.
Ah, you are unfair, aren't you? Fuck you. That was painful. My goodness. So I need to counter him is what I am seeing. Did I do that? No, I didn't. Alright, here we go. Alright, so I get attacks from him. He attacks again and again and again and again. So I need to get the counters right, if I can. There we go. There we go. Does a good bit of countering there. And then he seems to weaken it. Carry on.
Manuko, parry.
Yes! Good counter, good counter. Yep, and it breaks him. So now with Virtuoso, extreme high, 5 hits, does critical damage. Pretty good hit, pretty good hit. Yes! Fuck you. Augmented counter 2, 50% increased counterattack damage. I love it. Color me intrigued. Let's apply that to Mael. Because the confident fighter thing, as cool as it is, let's do that. Awesome. Alrighty then. We now deal with sadness. Yep, and nope, they all got their health. What's Mahuzi's? Did I go up here? Not yet, so... Alright, let's see. Yep, so there's things here to deal with.
Time to bleed.
And of course he just passes that on. I have no way of dodging it, it seems.
Oh, lovely.
I'll just have to accept it. And if I use the energy tint, it's not gonna actually be applied, which is the annoying bit. There we go. I was wondering why none of them were getting hit.
Invigorating. Energized.
Almost.
Oh, really?
Go. Brilliant. So far, so good. Hey, a journal! So this must be Expedition 30 something or other. 39.
Expedition 39.
There we go, there we go.
Albert,
Edith's not back. So until then, we stay on recon. All these masks are freaking me out. Fucking creepy. I swear I could hear one of them singing. The Nevrons around here behave so strangely. Almost like they don't really want to kill us. They still do, though.
Yeah, they still do.
This place is making me crazy. Maybe if I wore one of these masks, they'd leave me alone.
Nope, don't do that. If Baldur's Gate 3 has taught me anything, do not wear other people's masks. You are in danger when you do that nonsense. Highly ill-advised. Alright. So now, let's deal with you. Seems connected to Axon. He who lives in between, behind his veil, emotions swell, for a life forced to paint. What is he but a reflection of sadness? Alright. And then, yeah, there's that guy there. He's gonna be annoying to deal with. Be very annoying to deal with.
Let's carve a path.
Nice.
Ah, I didn't do that. Darn it. So just exhaust, just exhausts.
Get ready.
Feel energized. Lovely feet. Invigorating.
Yes! Thank Christ they didn't give him, like, extra, like, strength or anything like that. Ooh, but Minoko gets a new weapon, the Bocharo. And that's all the different visages that are available before we go and fight the boss. Ta-ta. Please don't tell me my game crashed. No, okay, cool. Awesome. So we rest. Let's upgrade some things. Yeah, my stat alignment is like all over the shop, don't worry. It's all over the place, but it is what it is.
I think that's all of them.
We should be able to fight the Axon properly now.
Let's answer this thing's invitation.
Alright. What time is it? 10 o'clock? Fuck it. We're going in. We're going in, chat. We defeated all the other faces. Let's see what we have to deal with. Fuck is that? I would have traded my years for his. His life was cut short. He had so much more to do, to experience. This senseless war. Why? To what end? Lives shattered for what? He was innocent. Innocent. It was the folly of his elders, but he paid the price for our hubris. I would have traded my years for his. Who are you talking about? This place. This Axon. They are all part of his story. The man has gone silent. Hi there, Nightman. Welcome to the stream. We're still in Act 2 right now, but we're heading through the Axons. right now we're going off against someone in the visages. It's all these... There was like all these like expressions that we fought. So that like giant masks summoned monsters and then we fought them all. So we dealt with the anger. We've dealt with sadness. And we dealt with joy.
Monoko, what does that mean? He who guards truth with lies.
Exactly what it
Welcome
sounds
back, Jack.
Guard as in protect?
Are you fighting?
Or as in control?
I'm heading up the steps. So... Alright.
Good luck from me.
So yeah. No, I think I'm doing fairly well in this. Especially since like my character is like level 50 right now with the party that I'm using. So...
Slightly over-leveled. Slightly over-leveled.
Slightly. But hey, like, I reckon it's a pretty decent level, and Lord knows I'll probably get it up to like 66 at some point before we get to the end of Act 3 at least, so... Yeah. Alrighty, cutscene. Share with me your cutscene. Oh yeah, there's Verso with his beret. Alright, there's 5 faces on him. Does she recognize that face, or...? Oh.
Fuck you and your mask.
Alright.
I think you pissed him off.
Let's see how we go, let's see how we go. So we don't have to deal with sadness, joy, or anger, I feel. And we're dealing with a mirror. Oh, and he's weak against fire. Excellent.
I don't remember how to fight this thing.
A mask emerges from the mirror.
Invigorating.
Yeah! Oh my god, we did so much damage to the visages, it's crazy.
Go on. Go on.
Alright, 3 hits, let's go.
This and precision.
Ah, not enough. Alright, so you're agile. Deals more damage with the... I'm gonna risk it with... Actually, no, let's not risk. Let's go... Deal high single damage. Yeah, let's go with this. So close. Oh, but we get a cutscene anyway, so...
I'm pretty sure he killed him.
Nah, he still had a little bit of health left, I saw. So I'm guessing we're getting something. Yep, there's the Mask Keeper.
I love my friend's reaction after seeing this guy. She was like, you know, he do be kind of...
People want so badly to know
you're gonna fuck a Nevron?
what's behind the mask. Front.
Meanwhile, someone in chat was like, man, this Dark Souls looking mofo.
Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask.
That's a line from Renoir's thingamadiggy.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
Medium damage, gain 1 rank, 5 hits, AP recovers. Yeah, let's go. There we go.
Spill some ink.
So you're a virtuoso. Yeah, so good hit, good hit. Oh, still not okay. Fire damage was weakness. Mask of Emotions. What is he summoning? Oh, nothing happens. Fuck! Ah! Almost,
No,
but
you
so
can't
far.
say I distracted you with
Never mind. He now gains... you bastard. Alright. Let's use the ball. There we go. Broken and stunned. Alright, hits. Hits. Oh wait, defenseless, so it gets another turn. There we go. There we are. You are at A rank. Medium light damage, 5 hits.
Your existence ends now.
Yeah! Immaculate. Hello, Trumpet Collins! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Welcome, everyone! How was Whack Fu? I asked for a trailer of Whack Fu from Trumpet Collins, and you know what he did? He shared me the first season that was found on YouTube. It was like, oh joy. That's gonna take a lot of time. Thank you so much, Last Legend, for the follow 42. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, everyone. If this is your first time seeing my stream, I normally go through games that are in my backlog, whether they are brand spanking new games or ones that are, you know, very, very old franchises that everyone seems to be already familiar with, such as Devil May Cry, Kingdom Hearts, or what have you. Mondays, I'm going through Devil May Cry right now, and Wednesdays, I'm going through new games. In this case, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. This is a fantastic turn-based RPG. I'm not clicking any of the buttons yet, just in case no one wants to get spoiled for Act 2 stuff. Like, may be advised to, you know, run away and such. But if you're interested in seeing it, stick around. Trumpet Collins, if you need to hop offline, de-stream, because I know it's like late at night now. It's like 10:10 for me. I'm probably going to be going just a little bit longer, only a tiny bit, but not going any further. So, but thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Ding. Oh. Let's see. Let's have a look.
We did it.
Did we?
No, wait.
We all need masks.
Fuck. 10-10. Oh, everyone's getting thrown on masks. Meanwhile, Minoko is just standing there. It's just like, not
the mask. His mask. And he's like, oh, well, alright.
So dumb. I love it though.
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
Huh. It's interesting that, like, Lune, a love interest, was, like, because Lune in the previous thingamadiggy got, like, the final blow, and now Ciel gets the final blow here. Interesting.
You okay? What happened?
Wearing glasses and having a mask
Axe on down.
built on top of it.
Let's bring this to
It would give the bridge of his nose a headache, I imagine.
just imagining the crunch of your glasses. That's happening.
Just that like glassy, as she like break glass like crunch.
No, it's Verso, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Renoir.
What was he talking about? Like, that was Verso? Renoir? Question mark? What was he... Was he trying to suss out, like, who the mask was that was going on him? Morning from the land of freedom, please save me from work. I can't do that, Pink Loop, I'm sorry. I can't save you from your work. Can you save me from my work? I have to go to work tomorrow. Alright. And then we get to the next cutscene, where... So we got fabric from the person at the what's-a-mahoozy amphitheater thing, and now we have a mask, I think? Okay. I feel like we're not... Like, yes, we're helping ourselves, but I feel like we're kind of being exploited by Renoir somehow.
Is it you again?
Oh, there's Alicia. I went to work today myself. Yeah.
Why?
Oh! No, that was the, weird... What's-a-mahoozy lady?
Well?
Well?
What did you see this time?
I don't know. Oh, a woman. It was... Why do I keep seeing things? Who are you?
Is he gonna put on the mask? Or is he just gonna be faceless? Okay. Hey, we get a cool looking sword. I'm guessing that's going to be Miles. Pushing trolleys is not the most fun. Meanwhile, I have to help people with IT troubles. It is a cool looking rapier. I like the crazy like crossguard and how it goes like further up the blade rather than going down towards the down like over the hand is a bit of an interesting one, but I fuck with the design. Barrier breaker acquired. You can now face the paintress at the monolith. Who knows? Ooh, barrier breaker is like a thing that you can actually use. Barrier breaker is level 15. Steel shields removed by hitting enemies. Switch to Verso on breaking any shields. Hey, nice. Yeah, I'll go. Ooh, and it does like a little like thingy. Ah, that's a cool cookie for the last legend. Here's your cookie. That honestly looks like a really cool weapon. I quite like it. All right. So, hang on.
I can't believe we're this close.
We are.
Thank you. CL was right about you.
Oh. Actually, I should thank you. I wouldn't have got this far on my own.
Tomorrow comes.
Yay, I want to spend time with Lune. Verso approaches Lune, who is working on the Expedition 33 journal.
Working on the 33's journal? You planning to die anytime soon?
Not really, but best to be prepared. It's like a will, or a life insurance.
You never know what tomorrow brings. Not to you, but to us.
Do you always take such copious notes?
Since I was 4.
Who takes notes when they're 4?
Really? 4?
That's what happens when you have obsessive researchers for parents.
Still, 4 is young.
Very young.
Not anymore. Not when you only live to 32. Everyone in Lumiere starts their apprenticeship at 6, and I was apprenticed to my parents, so they started me early.
I guess that's nice. They got to spend more time with you.
Nice. They got to spend more time with you.
They needed a research assistant who never went home. The obvious solution? Birth your own. Look at you, getting me to talk about myself.
Doesn't that feel nice?
Doesn't that feel nice? My parents were both artists. Widely respected, very prominent artists. So, there was a great deal of pressure to follow in their path.
How do, like... Because Renoir is his father. Unless this is like... No, they... Because you can't get to this conversation until after the events of Act 2, where we learn Renoir is Verso's father. So how did Renoir, who is an artist, become a commander of an expedition fleet?
You're an artist, then?
Not the kind they wanted me to be.
Meaning?
Music is my passion.
Huh.
Oh.
Mine too.
What do you play?
For you.
Guitar. You?
Piano, mostly. But a little guitar as well.
No, he's good with strings.
You know how to summon an instrument from pigtoes, right? Of course you do.
Maybe we could play together sometime.
Maybe we could play together sometime.
Maybe we can.
Yay! Lune is intrigued by this facet of Verso, and Verso is excited to play music with a fellow music lover. Yes! The relationship improves! Who'd you go for romantically in the... Or did you pick a romance?
Do I have to tell you?
No, you don't.
I feel like if I tell you anything, it's
You're
gonna
finally
spoil a
here.
lot of things.
We are.
You ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. If it's gonna do spoilers, then don't tell me anything else.
You're sad, dejected. Oh.
Let's play cards or throw some dice.
Nuh-uh. You always cheat.
No, I always win.
Nah.
Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
The other Jestrels never want to play with you either. Are they all weak?
Poor losers.
Yeah, that is some icy behavior right there. It's like... Poor losers.
Fine. How about a duel? We haven't had a proper duel in ages. Yes, a duel will be even more fun. Get our blood flowing.
Pretty sure I won the last one.
All right.
Ugh.
Get ready to lose.
Oh, here we go.
I'll beat the shit out of him then. Go on.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Here we
Whoa,
go.
whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh well.
Nice. He wasn't expecting me to do that.
Here we go. Just try it. Good stuff.
Nice.
My turn.
Alright, let's have a look. Let's try and do that. Yep, so that breaks him. He's no longer stunned. He has the opportunity to just use Light Holder.
Your existence ends now.
Yeah! Eat shit, Monoko. I love you, but eat shit. I won that duel.
You, sir, have been defeated.
You got lucky.
Oh, I got lucky.
What was it you said? Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
You're right. Or I guess I'm right, since I said that. You have grown more formidable than I remembered. Your skills are strong. I respect your win.
And I respect your loss. You were right, old friend. That was fun. Come on, let's go get a drink. I'm parched.
Monoko and Verso are thrilled to have fought each other once more. It's their own special way of displaying affection for each other. And that should... Oh, wait, no, I think it was at 3 that there's a new gradient attack, so we already got it from Monoko. The deal reminded Monoko of some skills he has forgotten. Oh, okay, no, never mind. We got a gradient attack now. Sanctuary. They share a few drinks, which Monoko can't drink because of his mask. Then head back to the others. Nice.
That skill's actually really good.
Fair. Alright. I am gonna go to... Did I find any more of these guys? Let me see when I go and talk to them. A new headgear for Verso. Good for him. It looks like shit. And then we go over here. Upgrade the expedition thingamadoog. So we got healing tint.
No, that's a man. He kinda...
He's missing some stuff there, Jack.
He kinda...
Alright, let's go 75 for you. 75 for you. 75 for you. Just in case. And then... Let's get Verso to around 100. Fuck it, 101, because I can't count. Alright, let's see. What are some weapons we can upgrade? So it requires resplendent barrier. And then grandiose is to get it to 20, which I don't have a lot of. And then so that's every burn applied is doubled. Nice. And then Minoko's got that. Start battle and agile mask. Agile applies rush for 3 turns. Start and balance. Balance applies powerful 3 turns. Critical hits deal 30% more damage while unbalanced. So that's a fry pan. That's his bell. That's a weird mask thing. And that's a weird floaty thing. And then you're using Confuso, Abserum. Yeah. I am gonna go... I'm gonna call... Yeah, I'm gonna call the stream here, honestly. Because, like, it's getting late. Hit rest again, because I can. Ding. Dong. Because, yeah. I'll pick it up next week, because, yeah, we're gonna have to head to the monolith. I imagine that there's gonna be fighting between me and the paintress. And we're still in Act 2, weirdly enough, so I imagine there's gonna be, like, Act 3... Like, either because we fail to kill the princess, the paintress at the end of Act 2, or we do succeed, and then there's, like, an even bigger, badder villain after the paintress or something like that. So, but that's going to be something to figure out for the next time I stream this on Wednesday. Now, the next time I am going to be streaming, it's going to be a special stream. Saturday morning for me, Friday night for some of the Americans, I am going to be streaming a charity stream for Stack Up. So there's gonna be charity donation. So I'm gonna have like a Tiltify link being shared during the Saturday. There'll be like a little overlay thing, and there's going to be different kinds of incentives and milestones that are going to be involved. So small stuff such as, you know, applying a sticker to the stream or me drawing something absolutely terribly to being forced to play a realistic lobby of War Thunder. And then some of the milestones you'll see there. The last one, the $250 one, because last time I didn't reach that $250 one, I had a bit of a tough time trying to figure out, like, do I want to make it so that chat has to, like, chat is able to, like, craft for me a pizza that I have to consume? Or do I have to organize a movie marathon for chat to join in and sit with me through? I swear the second one would hopefully be a little more fun for peeps than I made it sound like there. But I'm going to make it so, because Tiltify has like a poll option, so we're able to have like a poll running that you donate towards. And hopefully, like, I'm curious how that function is going to work. If that functionality doesn't work at all, then I'll probably just use like Twitch's poll and what have you. But if I have it posted, on my Blue Sky and the Twitters, the incentives and the milestones. So that will be going off Saturday morning. Jack, thank you so much for keeping me company in the VC. I appreciate it. When's the next time people might find you streaming?
I should be streaming now, but I don't want to.
You should be streaming. Why is it that you should be streaming now? Is it?
No, I'm basically trying to just doing raffle art.
Okay.
Just free raffle art, but I'm honestly just I can't be bothered to check my computer settings and everything. I'm tired, man.
Look, I get it. Sometimes it just, you know, the day hits you. It's definitely hit me in some days. I am sorry that it's like that for you as well. All right. Now, let us have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid.
Ripper actually wanted to raid you for a moment, and then
yeah, I have it blocked so people can't raid into me because I'm almost done. I'm so sorry if Ripper is lurking in the chat right now. I'm about done. I'm about to raid out. Go look to someone else.
He chose someone else because someone suggested you, and I was like, actually he's about to end soonish, so
Yeah.
I really don't think so.
All right, let's go. All right, here's a Canadian named Barcode Synthic. I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly. They're going through Dune Awakening right now. They've only just started, and it's got a whole ton of different furries in the VC chat with them. So hopefully it'll keep some of you who are waking up for the start of your day or something like that up and at 'em. For others, it might just be a fun little, you know, wind down of just chatting with the background game being, you know, a survival crafter, but should be a polished survival crafter. Now, if you are subscribed, we are going to go with the short and sweet himbo raid with the arrival emoji. Otherwise, you're welcome for using whatever kind of emojis that you want. So here's the raid message without the emojis. I'm going to be using my emojis for this raid message. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I will be back online Saturday morning for the War Thunder charity stream where I'm going to be walking on a walking pad while playing War Thunder. I hope to see some of you there, but otherwise, I will see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.